The partnership with AMD has been great. In Far Cry 6, the team has built the most ambitious open world in franchise history, filled with lush tropical environments and decaying urban landscapes. To push the visual fidelity of our game and immersive gaming experience, we've been collaborating with AMD to implement next-gen rendering techniques like DirectX ray tracing and AMD Fidelity Effects features. When implementing these next-gen features, we were challenged because we want the majority of players to have an enjoyable, smooth experience without having to turn their settings down. Using upscaling technology like AMD Fidelity Effects Super Resolution helps us address this problem because it means more players can enjoy Far Cry 6 with their graphic settings cranked up and without compromising frame rate. FSR is a cutting-edge spatial upscaling solution. It's easy to integrate into our development pipeline, and it delivers substantial performance boost while retaining excellent image quality on the highest quality setting. Additionally, we believe AMD's GPU Open and the support for open standards and platforms drive innovation forward. We can't wait until October 7th when players will finally get the chance to see all the hard work we've put into Far Cry 6. It's very exciting that we're getting closer to showcasing to players the game, powered by the latest AMD technologies.
Alrighty then, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the AMD, the Esports Club Challenger Series 1 here at the Esports Club Qualifiers 2, Day 2, with their hosts Blackjack and Babagusta for this beautiful game of Rainbow Six Siege, as we are here for the second day of this tournament to go live, this qualifiers to go live as well. What are we going to do here today? Well, it's actually very simple. There are roughly about 16 teams, right? And 8 matches in total. 4 on stream, 4 off stream, because let's be real here, 8 on stream matches sounds like a bit much, you know? Let's just joking, of course. But yeah, 8 matches, 4 of which will be played off stream, and 4 of which will be played on stream. And from there, 8 teams will go forward to decide who will our final 4 be for the finals week. Those matches will, of course, be tomorrow, i.e. Sunday. So, all in all, a pretty exciting day to keep our eyes out on, because today will shape a lot of the fights that are going to be happening tomorrow. The encounters, the like how the players, go about playing, what their mental states will be to an extent, and all of the the stuff that we analyze when we're in the game, how the players are feeling, their confidence level, whether or not they are really feeling themselves, as I like to call it, So, with all that being said, today we've got, like I said, 4 games for all of our viewers at home. The first of which is Team Clickbait versus Alchemist, a game that I am definitely looking forward to, especially after Alchemist yesterday. Kind of looked, decent, if you will. I wasn't necessarily all impressed with them, but they were playing well. And that is, of course, what mattered. And here they are once again. And I just realized going over my data from yesterday, we didn't actually have an Alchemist game yesterday. That was in week 1. Now I remember. Yeah, that was in week 1. And like I said, they were all right. Could have been better. And maybe they are better, but they're going to be facing off against Clickbait, a team that has been around the bend just a little bit. Not something like Kid Esports or Red Vipers or something like that. Not quite. But they've been around. They know how the esports work. They know how to, manipulate circumstances to give themselves the advantage, and they are here to win, most importantly of all. And with teams like Monkey Hunters, Mercenaries, all of them having already qualified through, we might just have Clickbait going through all the way to the end. I guess we'll find out tomorrow, but first we'll have to find out whether they win against Alchemist on Coastline today. Baba, what are we thinking of this match? And first of all, how are you doing on this fine afternoon?
Well, as usual, Jack, I'm doing well and very happy to be casting for second qualifiers day 2 of the AMD's the Esports Club Challenger Series. Now, talking about our first finalists in the first qualifiers, I'd say that the 4 players, actually the 4 teams, apologies, Red Vipers, MRCZ, Monkey Hunters, and Team GG have been qualified for the first series. Now we just have to wait for the other the other four teams, which will which will happen at the end of the third qualifiers. Kira is still here, so does Team GG. Talking about EXT, unfortunately losing against Team Espada. Now we are seeing a different match with, the second match itself. We're seeing Gamer Syndicate go up against Slum Boys. We have Valiants go up against Sage Empire. Now that is a very interesting match to look at. Sage and Valiants, both of them have their, a fair ground. So technically, it is going to be an interesting match to look at, the third match. And last but not the least, we have Sunset Ninjas going up against Ascent Esports. Now, talking about the first match, Clickbait versus Alchemist. The map will be on Clubhouse, and also we take a look at the matches that we're going to be. The matches that we're going to be able to see in the second stream, round of 16. Just like we said, Clickbait versus Alchemist, Slum Boys versus Gamer Syndicate, Sage and Valiants, Sunset Ninjas, and Ascent Esports. The first match, Clickbait versus Alchemist, will be on coastline, with Clickbait being on attack and Alchemist being on defense. So I do remember Alchemist in the first qualifiers, I believe, on the first qualifiers, day 3 or day 2. Yeah, it was. We get to see a stream match against Monkey Hunters on Map Villa. Unfortunately, they went 7-0. But going up against Clickbait will be a huge challenge for them. And I really think that Clickbait might have some issues going up against Alchemist unless and until it would be a 7-0 again.
Well, I don't know about a 7-0 per se. I do want to say that Alchemist may have improved. Of course, we did not get to see them on stream yesterday, which definitely is a little bit of a blank in the information that we needed per se for this particular game. But all things considered, I'm looking forward to this game. I think we can all look forward to this game to a degree. Clickbait are good. They have proven themselves before, but they need to do a little better. They can get a little jumpy, a little uppity, if you will, when the pressure really starts piling on them, and they can lose their constructive, coordinated play style when things stop going their way. Almost end up saying start going their way, but that would be just counterintuitive. It's actually when it stops going their way, that's when they become a little disorganized, a little all over the place. So hopefully they can avoid that today. Alchemist, like I said, hoping to see improvements from them. Second match, Gamer Syndicate versus Slum Boys. That is a very interesting name right there. Uh, Again, not much known about the team that Gamer Syndicate is facing. Gamer Syndicate, of course, we know a lot about, and do forgive me if I am stumbling over myself today. Like I said, been given exams, kind of a little not all here yet, but hopefully I will be. Do not worry about me, folks. Third match, Sage Empire versus Team Valiants. I can almost entirely say that Valiants are going to win that one through. It's probably still going to be a little close, maybe 7-4, 7-5, maybe overtime if Sage Empire can stretch it. But unfortunately, I cannot see Sage necessarily winning it out, not against the Valiants at least. But the fact that the Valiants are here today after their loss last week might not be too good for them either. And then, of course, Sunset Ninjas versus Ascent Esports. That one I am actually pretty excited for, just to see how these two teams play against each other and how they, what are their strategies, their adaptations and improvisations and all that is required when it goes into a game of competitive Rainbow Six. As in the meanwhile, folks, if you're wondering about the first game, Clickbait versus Alchemist, we will be going into it in just a short while. Clickbait just has their last player to join, and they've been facing some issues relating to signing in on Uplay and all that. It's just getting into the game just in general. We know how it is. Anybody who's played esports or just played Rainbow Six will know how sometimes things can be a little iffy every now and again. But that is the kind of world we live in. Sadly, it is a weird time just in general. So yeah, hopefully they can get their fifth in and we can get started, or they can talk to the admins about it. They were asking for apparently a 4v5 from what I'm hearing, but that of course has not been allowed because their fifth is actually here. Just has to connect to the game and all that. And then there's the whole point of losing the rehost. It's a whole process, right? The admins on the back end, they do a fantastic job of keeping things on the up and up. And there are some stringent rules that they have to follow. After all, can't really be breaking rules. That just doesn't happen. So yeah, just we're just waiting on Clickbait to join, and Alchemist is all in actually. So they will be showing us what they're made of today, showing Clickbait what they are made of today. Are they a team to watch out for? Well, we'll have to just keep watching on this stream to find out. As far as the map goes, and excuse me for the thud right there, I accidentally dropped my keyboard. Yes, I kept my keyboard in my hand. It was kind of like picked up. I was trying to get something out from underneath, like it was a pen down there. And as soon as I did, it kind of like went up, slammed down on the table. But yeah, as far as Coastline goes, I'm thinking Clickbait are going to take an early advantage because they're on the attack. And Coastline, as we know, sort of attacker favored, sometimes can be defender favored. It's a little weird, but mostly attacker favored, at least in the matches that I have casted. And I will admit some of them have been a little one-sided for attackers when they bring in Lion, Jackal, Blitz, and the whole Operation Chimera squad. Still strong, by the way, even in 2021. But yeah, Clickbait right now, they might be able to take a lead. But again, they need all their players in that they need to play it properly and they need to coordinate well for it as well. As Alchemist, on the other hand, they will have to brave the storm that is coming their way for sure. But whether or not they'll be able to reclaim their name in the eye of the storm, that of course remains to be seen. I have made that reference a second time across 2 weeks now. And at least that's on stream. I think Baba can attest to how many times I've been talking about DMC these days. Yeah, and not DMCA strikes. Let me tell you that. Puns. That's the theme of 2021, folks. But yeah, we're still having Clickbait talk to the admins and get their player in. The connection issues are actually lasting a lot longer than expected. Kind of weird, actually. Doesn't necessarily last this long. But if too much time goes away, then there will be a rehost penalty, I believe, which is a little sad because it's not an issue that can be helped. But at the same time, what can you do really as an admin? You have to continue keeping up the rules. Although, I'm just the messenger, folks. Me and Baba, we here are just the messengers. So don't shoot the messenger, as they say. And before we all figure out we're living in a simulation anyway. So yeah. Nice afternoon. Nice way to start off the Challenger series. Baba, what do you think? Can Clickbait, get an early lead on Coastline?
Well, I don't know about whether Team Clickbait will actually get the early lead, but starting a 4v5 is not a good idea for Clickbait to be going. And although they even asked for, if the fifth one doesn't really join, we could ask for rehost. I really don't think that's going to happen like that. So either the fifth one join in at the right time to start off the match, or the match will continue to be in a 4v5. Last thing I remember, we even had the same repeat, I believe, from the previous matchup, which was team Cerberus going up against CTG. Yeah, CTG was in a 4v5 situation where Kurosaki was the one who was mainly making such big plays. Kurosaki and the other two. But at the end, we get to see Team Cerberus on the attack side in second half make an impressive comeback, and they defeated them 7-5. Although I'm just hoping that it wouldn't be the same repeat on what exactly happened in the previous match. I'm just hoping that the entire players on the side of Team Clickbait would join in, and hopefully, good news, we have finally see Clickbait, all 5 players in. The same thing can be said to Alchemist. So ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, let's not waste any time and begin our first matchup. It is Team Clickbait on the blue side, Alchemist on the orange side. The map will be on Coastlines, and it will be in your screens right away. Let's just head on into the ban phase and check out the bans of the start. And talk about the bans, it will be Alchemist and Teddy Oi. With a good compliment to Jack, I believe.
I want to just interject here. Thank you for that, Teddy. Thank you.
Yes,
You look cute today too. I can't see you, but you do.
Yeah, but Teddy, I forgot about me though. But okay.
Right?
Now talk about the first bans though from the attack side. We will see Flores being banned on the side of Team Alchemist. It's just jokes in the end, Teddy. I just don't take it too serious. And yeah, and yeah, talking about the second bans from Team Clickbait in the blue side, I believe either a Thatcher or maybe a Jackal will be banned out. No, it's going to be the Nomad taken care of on the side of Team Clickbait. So on a map like Coastline, you need to ban some certain operators which has the higher abilities to restrict roamers from roaming around the places outside off site. So not only just I believe eliminating Mira and Valkyrie should be a good idea. There you go. The Valkyrie will be banned on the side of Team Clickbait, and now Alchemist has the decision to ban a operator, which would either be a Mira or a Melusi, because we've seen a lot of Melusi bans coming in, and so does the Wamai ban. So it's all up to them to make a decision on which operator that they're going to ban. So the timer coming to an end, we will see a Goyo being banned on the side of Team Alchemist. Very interesting. Is it mainly because that they banned out the Flores, and they decided that even though if Clickbait do decide to bring in the deployable shield, knowing that the Flores has been banned, they shouldn't have much more protection like the Goyo's Vulcan shield, the Smoke's deployable shield, which would then in that itself would count as more than 2 to 3 deployable shields. So taking out one should be the good way to go, but still you have Melusi and Mira available for the defenders to play it. But for now, let's just introduce the rosters on the side of Team Clickbait. We have Arfat, Fika, Dead Inside, Lakhsia, and Teddy Oi. And on the side of Team Alchemist, we have Gofi, Jason Doty, Dr. Insane Avice, Mr. Nano, and Dino Rhino, with the first side being on second floor hookah lounge and billiards room. And I give my mic back to Jack.
Defenders protect.
Thank you for that beautiful introduction into the game, Baba, as we are now underway, folks. Round one is up and running for all of our viewers at home to enjoy, as we have a pretty interesting up setup from the side of Alchemist. The Ella being brought in, but not the FO12 shotgun that we are used to seeing. It is actually the SMG. Now, of course, with the recent changes to flash hiders and to compensator barrel attachments, that is, the Scorpion has become a lot more controllable. I would say it was an indirect buff to the Scorpion thanks to a change to the system of barrel attachments. And over here, that rotate from Dino was a little scuffed right there. Unfortunate, had to use the second impact, but of course they still have smoke. So the shotguns. Yeah, the shotgun rotates will still be made as and when required. Fika is actually going to, retrieve his drone, interestingly enough, deciding to keep 2 drones rather than have it in a favorable position, pre-placed as most people do. Did he? I think he's checking out the DPI right there of his mouse, making sure everything's all right, sensitivity-wise. You got to make sure of that if you want your shots to connect, because trust me when I say this, playing on a scuffed DPI or even high DPI can sometimes lead to overshooting massively. Drones will have spotted where the Ella is right there from Dr. Insane, and he's going to be under a little bit of a scrutiny right there. Wait a minute, then inside, does he see one at the base? He does, but takes damage instead of giving damage, as he and Lakhsia have taken just a little bit, just a tiny bit of touches to their health. Nothing too severe so far, as Lakhsia in the meanwhile is trying to push into Sunrise Bar. Drone goes out ahead of him just to see who is in there. And there we go. The shots being fired gives him the indication, along with the teammate call out, that, hey, somebody's by the bar area. You might want to be careful. There's also somebody that we can see towards the office space, as Lakhsia is going to go in, but the Ella Gershman's going to stun him and force him back. Not much headway being made right now, but of course they've got plenty of time. Clickbait, that is. Fika is taking a lot of damage right now. Gotta be careful, quite careful indeed. The Jackal is very important, but Lakhsia will start things off by getting Gofi, and that is one off the board. The Mozzie down. Feet and Ronin, very important weapon to have in many encounters for that matter. It's just a solid gun for the Mozzie, especially with the 1.5. But as Arfat tries to figure out how to best clear the side of Hookah, he's going to try using a grenade. Is he going to find Jason? No, he's gotten back to his SMG, never mind. As there's probably ADSs protecting Jason's area. More shots are fired, but that's Dead Inside to claim Dino. And Jason's going to drop down nice and quickly into Sunrise. Has he been seen? He will be now, but he gets the kill onto Lakhsia instead. Beautiful shot with the SMG-11. As Nano has to be careful on clearing that door, but Teddy is going for the plant. Where is this plant happening? We don't necessarily know. He's not taking damage from the smoke. Is it behind the bomb? It actually is. It's on the other side. And the rappel and the main door push made the defenders, Alchemist, think that the side push was going to be on Hookah. No, it was on Billiards Room instead. And now they have to do a side retake in a 3v4 situation. Operators are on Ruins. They're on the Aquarium balcony. Where can Dr. Insane go from here? Not really much. And he's going to get taken down. That's Fika from the Ruins. And you get another. SMG-11 doesn't matter. That's Teddy Oi from the rappel. And there's Arfat coming in as well from the blue stairs to finish off the last one. And with that, Clickbait, beautifully done, living up to their name as well. Well, not the click part, though I guess you can say they were clicking heads. The bait part, they definitely lived up to that, as all of that initial push indicated that they might be headed towards Hookah Lounge. And then from out of nowhere, Teddy Oi, the Hibana, gets the plant down with cover from Aquarium balcony on the bomb, just behind the bomb, the default spot of Billiards Room. Beautifully done by Clickbait. Actually beautifully done. They definitely took Alchemist by surprise right there, as a couple of 6-picks will come out. Clickbait's Fika with the 6-pick out into the Lion, and Malusi being brought in by Gofi from the side of Alchemist. And with that, round 2 is
Attackers
underway.
need to locate and defuse as many bombs.
Well, divide and conquer, said Clickbait, and they succeeded flawlessly in the first round. With the succession of post plant, all they had to do was just hold the angle right outside the Ruins, right in towards the windows side of Billiards Room. They succeeded without dealing much damage in the end, but still, Alchemist, a great effort from them, although Dr. Insane had no idea what was happening in the first place, and with the amount of information that Team Clickbait had, no players were in Billiards. I mean, not a
5
single
seconds to
person
insertion.
was in Billiards. Most of them were in Sunrise, in which the smoke had
Attackers are
had to
heading
drop
out
down
to
because
defuse
of
a
the
bomb.
nade being thrown out from the sledge right when he was rappelling in towards the windows of Hookah Lounge. So he had to drop out. He did get the kill in the end, but that gave the information for Team Clickbait, saying that the entire room is clear, go in for the plant. And we all know what to do at the end, just hold cover angles, and we will be on our way to get that first round win. Although the same thing cannot be said to round 2 though, because the side is quite different. First floor kitchen and service entrance, both of them are, a bit nearer, but still the attackers can go in for a smoke plant right into a service entrance, unless and until they have the control on penthouse and theater. That's basically why they would require that vertical angle side to deny that C4. And talk about Fika, looking at the legs of the Jaeger, he will decide to fall back, but the same thing cannot be said to Nano, because Teddy Oi is there for the confirmation, indicating that the player was in towards reception. He made another positioning angle and he took him out. So that is one player off the board on the side of Alchemist and Lakhs, using 2 breach charges to destroy some of the explosive ordnance. And the Abid Arfat will take out Dino Rhino, and he's slowly making his way in towards the kitchen. The nade will come in, forcing the defender to fall back, but it's too late. The shotgun comes in, and so does Gofi, taking out Lakhs. Good recovery in towards kitchen, but they need to recover the same thing on service entrance. The push will come in from the Hibana, and here comes Teddy Oi with the bearing 9. Taking out one, Fika gets the other, taking out Insane. And now Gofi,
Attackers are activating
the last
bomb
man
diffuser.
standing. He will try to use that vertical lance of sight, but it is too late. He needs to find 3 players. Talking about information, Team Clickbait has won over it. Not only just having information, they even eliminated the entire default cams. And there you have it, Fika with the final kill, a headshot to Melusi. And with it, we will see Team Clickbait win yet another attack round on first floor kitchen / service entrance. For now, Team Clickbait is looking strong, but what will be Alchemist's answer? Now, since Valkyrie has been taken care of, in the ban phase itself, the only thing that they can do is try to bring in some trap ops. Just like how Legion is being brought up from Dino Rhino. Nano really needs to be careful, especially when he tries to hold an angle into a security, because Fika immediately gave the information, and that information was carried out towards Stadia, where he was already in the reception desk entrance. All he just needed was the confirmation, and he did exactly that. So they have to be careful about, multiple angles being placed from Team
Defenders,
Clickbait.
protect your bombs
And
from
if
being
they
defused
survive
by
the
attackers.
early phase, and then in the mid phase they do decide to, open up that
Attackers have
vertical line
located
of
a
sight
bomb.
that they used to do in the previous round, things might be a bit different for
Attackers have
Alchemist. But
discovered the location of a bomb.
the way how Clickbait is pushing right now, it is very aggressive. You already seen the sledge, Arfad, already in towards first floor kitchen. You don't see any, you don't see any pressure coming in towards Sunrise, nor any pressure in towards the office. It's just one player on reception desk, which is already taken care of, and they just, have the go signal, push in towards, and eliminate the other players. And that's exactly what happened. So I'm just,
5 seconds.
I'm just worried about Alchemist is that if they don't, be careful of those
Attackers are
certain
moving to
spots,
defuse a
and I'd
bomb.
say that Clickbait will be slowly, gaining up the lead as they keep stacking up their wins 3-0, 4-0.
It's yeah, I'm pretty sure there will be a little bit harder of a fight than that. At least I feel like. And Alchemist in the last round, they definitely were claiming a few kills, and their position wasn't all bad inside the site, but the issues were that they were simply losing too many gunfights, and some of their positions were quite questionable indeed. So there's work to be done, but there are glimpses of what this team could be able to do against Clickbait right here, right now. Just some improvisations, a few changes in how they go about their plays, and maybe a couple of role changes, I think. I'm not entirely sure. We'll have to continue watching this match to really talk about that, but, well, nothing can be done about that grenade. Maybe an ADS would have sufficed, but ADSs have been burnt, of course, and their fast grenade will start off very strong indeed. That is Jason gone, aka, oh dear me, looks like he had the Ella needed to watch the door of bathroom, and now things are looking not too good. But Daniel Rhino is here for the refrag. That is Lakhs taking off board, 2 down. But Dr. Insane goes down. Meanwhile, that is Fika with 1. Nano's taking a ton of damage. There goes the Legion. It's all down to Nano. The last one standing. Pistol comes out, but Fika with the Lion will finish things off. Unfortunately, it was not looking too good for the side of Alchemist. This time, yeah, definitely so. The only decent play I saw was from Dino Rhino, and even then, the decision to rotate through into service entrance was all right, but then peeking above the bomb without much intel probably could have held off on that a little bit longer, since the rest of his team was still alive at that point. And, well, ADSs were burnt and nobody was present inside of Sunrise from the looks of it, because Fika could just get in there. And even if there was present, he probably got that kill early on just to make his way in. So not enough, clearly, from the side of Alchemist. And it seems like Clickbait will continue this train of winning. 3-0 right now,
Defenders,
going
protect your bombs
into
from being
the
defused by
4th
attackers.
round.
Not good. Not looking too good for Alchemist. And I believe maybe a spawn peak should be a huge risk at this point, because the way how Team Clickbait, manages to win 3 attack rounds in a row, 2 being on first floor kitchen, 1 on second floor hookah lounge, they're going back on the same site. And the way how the push being made from Clickbait was just an immediate control on Sunrise Bar, an immediate distraction right outside the hookah lounge balcony, and the plant in towards the
Attackers
default
must
plant on
locate and
Billiards.
defuse a bomb.
Now, since the smoke's gas canisters has been changed in such a way that you cannot, you cannot use the smoke which would go through walls anymore. So you have to throw it in a way that it sticks right at the default. So the smoke really needs to be careful about that, but who knows, maybe a C4 from below should work out as well, because you even have mute, and the mute should make sure that the control from Sunrise Bar shouldn't be in their favor. Again, the prefaz will come in from Arfat, and also a kill, a headshot, take out Insane. The rush will come in from Lakhs and gets the other 2 as well, and there you have it. That's 2 players gone. Can he get a third? A down will come in. With the confirmation, though, will eliminate Lakhs in the hands of Gofi. The push will come in, and so does the EE1D. Clickbait is definitely they're definitely not taking any prisoners at this point. So for now, we will see Alchemist to try to survive, but it's too late. The post plant is in, so does the confirmation from Red inside. The final kill will come in with the information being given from the EE1D, Dino Rhino. Last guy remaining, and that won't work out well. Team Clickbait will win round 4, second floor hookah slash billiards without having any problems at all. With the first early kill, the pre-fires being made from the sledge, and the second, Laksia's rush. Oh boy.
Quick games indeed. Seems to be what we are here for today, folks, because, well, as you can see, things are not looking too well for the side of Alchemists. They are simply all over the place and they cannot keep up with the way Clickbait is playing right here and now, and they need to do a lot. I mean, I'll be real, a rush doesn't necessarily say, how a defending team is performing, other than they simply weren't ready for it.
Defenders,
But
protect your bombs from being
overall,
defused by
performance-wise, Alchemist has not stacked up today. Not at all. I mean, I kind of did say that they were somewhat impressive, but they needed work. At the beginning of this stream, I do remember saying exactly that, for that matter. And while I still stand by those words to a degree, I will say that I probably did overestimate them just a little bit. And that's not to say that Alchemists are terrible, but they have a lot of work to do. A lot of work to do on their gunfights, a lot of work to do on how they spread out their defenders, how their roamers function when they come back to site versus how, their anchors need to be positioned, where the shields need to go, where the utilities need to go, and how they respond to those things. There's a lot that is needed to be done here, and a lot of that will come from just practice, folks. That is about as much as I can say to Alchemist without really... without sounding too harsh, I hope. Because, again, there are glimpses of a great team in there, at least a good team that can rise to a degree. But to do that, they need to hone in on what makes them good and, hone in on the feeling that they have of, all right, this works, so let's go on this train, let's vibe with this, see where that gets us, and keep going along those lines. Drone's coming out. That's from the Twitch. Dead inside. Trying to find somebody inside of Sunrise. Will not. As the Mozzie is inside a kitchen right now. Is he going to drone through to kitchen? Not quite. I think Lakhs is already here. And there you go. Ooh, missed quite a few shots right there. But Gofi will still go down. The Mozzie, unfortunately, did not have enough time to react. Despite the whiffed shots from Lakhs. That is going to give the first kill away to Clickbait. As unfortunately, while the decision to hang around inside of kitchen was a good one, probably should have been set a little deeper. Now, Arfad, wait a minute, is that really going to flush anybody out? It would have, but he couldn't hang around there because of the smoke that came his way. He had to fall back. A good smoke right there. Good usage by Jason. But there is still more to be done. Tedio is the one with the diffuser. He's the one that needs to be protected and pushed into site first. Well, somewhat first. Protecting agent needs to get in there before that, as Tedio is going to take a ton of damage. Wait a minute, Mr. Nano. Very brave with the peaks coming out from him, as he will be detected by the E1D and forced back into the billiards room. Minute 10, as Dr. Insane is going to find Lakhs, the ashes off the board. Good. That is a good first kill, and a much-needed one at that, but do they know that there's somebody creeping up off Cool Vibe stairs right now? They might not. Nano, will he see the entry? No, he doesn't. Gets taken down by the repeller. That is dead inside, as Rafat now comes in for cover. The Lion knows exactly where the smoke is, but Jason's going to get the down first. The plant is off in the meanwhile. It's a 3v3. As the mutas come in, he's going to find one. That's Rafat down. It's now a 2v3. They're looking good. They are doing their job well, but the issue is the final two attackers are all outside the building, waiting for their chance at a peek or at a run out. The plant is right on the door as well, so there's not much that Alchemist can do about this. But wait a minute, dead inside. Here's the window breaking on the Sunrise, and he will get that kill as well. Unfortunately, Dr. Insane couldn't do much about this. Tedio needs to push up, as dead inside will get Dino Rhino in the meanwhile. Bearing 9 comes out, but unfortunately the switch took too long, but the revolver from dead inside will finish off the side of the defense. Much closer, definitely much closer, and a lot better played overall. Maybe their gunfights were a lot better from the side of Alchemist, but overall, they still cannot catch up to the side of Clickbait. They got the plant in, and they managed to save 2 operators far too quickly. Dead Inside and Tedio were already in position by the time Alchemist figured things out, and they had the clearance to go in for the retake on the diffuser. And when they eventually did, it was just a little bit too much to do. As with that, round 6 will now be underway. Clickbait 5-0 up, 1 round away from match point.
Uh,
Attackers
Good
need to
attempt
locate
though
and
from
defuse as many
Alchemist.
bombs
Very
as
good
they can.
attempt from them. Although I wouldn't say the same to Jason Doty though. The guy was playing, you know, the guy was playing as the Monzi in towards kitchen.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Unfortunately, I didn't expect it to see Lakhs just run in towards security entrance and just get a headshot as well in the end. But man, again, not a good way. Not a good way at all for Alchemist to be losing like those important gunfights. Not even mention, most of the early picks are still in
10
favor
seconds
of
left.
Clickbait, and also a huge advantage, 5-0. 2 more rounds for
5
Team
seconds left
Clickbait
before
to
insertion.
succeed and proceed to the next phase. Will we see
Attackers are
Alchemist
heading out
make
to
a
the bomb.
ridiculous comeback? That's the question, and we all know what's the answer to it. But still, I have hopes. I have hopes for Alchemist, and I mean, especially on the previous round, the way how they defended the site was really good. Gofi with the shotgun, the SMG-11 to down the Lion. Not to mention, we actually, I believe it wasn't Jason Doody was playing as the Mozzie. He was playing as the Mute. Maybe it was Insane or Mr. Nano who had that problems, but still. Talking about round 6, the drone knocks will come in. So is the push from Lakhs. Oh my goodness, aggressive as ever. The Ash will somehow put a stop to its tracks because he has a bit of problems dealing with Rhino, and he will decide to fall back. For now, only having 25 HP is best to wait and watch for flanks coming in from the side of Alchemist. So it is a good it's a good recovery for Lakhs. At least it's good that you're not going to give an early kill for Alchemist, but I really don't think that's going to happen though, because the Aruni somehow gets the kill from Arfat. Although he's down, he will come in for the revive. So does the flashbang to mention or make sure that the aggressive beast should not come in. And now, Lakhs will decide to go in towards the office, establish vertical lines of sight. Hopefully to take out player in towards Aquarium, because that's exactly where the Jaeger is. It's been dealt with quite a lot of damage as well. But still, Clickbait. Again, for the past 3 rounds, we've seen how aggressive they were. I mean, they are still aggressive in the previous 2 rounds, but still, something is holding them back. What is it? Like, what's the main reason that Clickbait is holding so back down, knowing that the Alchemist has a very turtle hold? They have a very turtle hold side, but still, in the end, we'll see a lot of frags coming in on the side of our path. Team Clickbait definitely making such plays around here. 2 kills, 1 down, and there you have it, an instant control in towards the side back again. As Dead Inside whips out the revolver. Can he get the shot? Yes, it does. Dead Inside with the final kill, and also the end of first half. A flawless 6-0. And now we will see Team Clickbait on match point. Well, we pretty much exactly know what's going to happen though for Alchemist.
I unfortunately think we do know, Baba, and that is, yeah, we were sort of expecting this. Okay, I won't be, shrewd with my words. I'm not going to beat around the bush. When we saw this match, Clickbait versus Alchemist, we knew that Clickbait was going to win. That is simply how these things go. Alchemist, at least we've seen before, so we had some basis to say that, all right, Alchemist might take a few rounds, but Clickbait, they're gonna end up taking the rounds anyway. They're gonna be the ones to win. We were, mostly talking about 7-2, 7-3, I believe.
Yeah,
but
Bomb
yes,
located
I
by
think
attackers.
your prediction was a 7-3. But as it turns out, that might not be the case. Clickbait, 1 more round on defense, and that too, they are going to Blue and Sunrise Bar, a site that you don't necessarily expect as somebody's first pick, and that has probably been taken as the first pick for Clickbait here today, simply because they just, they want to get this over and done with, and they want to do a site that Alchemist probably won't have too good of an idea on how to attack on, given that Alchemists themselves were quite hesitant to change up sites outside of Kitchen and Hookah. They kept going to those 2, and unfortunately it kept failing for them. maybe a third site wouldn't be a bad idea. You know, giving yourself that little bit more room to work with would probably be pretty good for the side of Alchemist, but that is a consideration for any future games, practice matches, and all of that in the back. That is where they will have to try and figure that out. As right now, they have to just go through the motions, get at least a couple of rounds under their belt. If not, well, they'll have to come back and try again next month, maybe even on stream. We'll decide that when, of course, September rolls around. As Lakhs has been spotted, in the meanwhile, Pistol comes out, but he's up against a G8 and he still wins? Wait a minute! The drone still knows where he is, though, and the shotgun, will not work. Jason Duty came in free-firing, but he is low. The C4 comes out, but unfortunately will miss. But still, that is a hefty price to pay. You've lost your Amaru, and on top of that, your sledge is extremely low on health, as Fika is taking quite the gunfight right now on the kitchen window. Also being careful on the service entrance area, just to make sure that the person he's fighting doesn't get some bright ideas about turning around and going for a flank. Now, he might be able to get a shot off if he peeks quick enough. A quick peek, a jiggle, and then a head might be underway. Not quite. Anyway, needed to retain the element of surprise. That angle will be moved through, but unfortunately all of those shots fired is simply going to tell Alchemist that, okay, that angle might not be the best one to be on, so let's be careful of that angle. That is normally the default plant of hookah and billiards. Anyways, is watching all the vertical angles as he can. He is, of course, the one inside of Sunrise. He's got to do these things as Dead Inside makes his way through security towards office. Sees one, gets the head. Nano is off the board. That is Sam Fisher gone. Another huge drop. As now, ping goes off on Hookah. That's from Teddy himself. He knows there's somebody up there, and that is the sledge. He can hear things breaking. He can even see some of the paneling falling back as Dead Inside goes down to Dr. Insane. That is another big one, because that probably opens up a little bit of blue. But Jason, he doesn't know, of course. We are the ones seeing the operator shadows, not him, because had he just taken a bit of a pot shot through that wall, he might have at least scared Teddy out of this position. But of course, that will not be the case, as the Selma breaches are going to come in from Dino Rhino. He's the one with the diffuser as well. They want to go in for the plant, and the area has been cleared up. Our father, of course, still has his gas grenade, so Dino's got to be careful with that. Shots are fired, but Dr. Insane is the one trying to tackle that. But no! Teddy is going to find Dino instead, and Fika and her father going to chime in with a double to finish off the last one. Clickbait, well, at the end of the day, the result was to be expected. Alchemist, they gave it their shot. Unfortunately, it was not to be. And Clickbait will be the ones to go through as one of the first teams to get into the final day of Qualifiers 2 tomorrow, folks. And we will see them back here once again when they fight their opponents, whomever they will be. Of course, we'll find that out by the end of the day. But whomever their opponents will be, they will have to fight well, because Clickbait surely is looking in form. Good games to them. Unfortunate to Alchemist. They will have to try again next time, whenever there is a next time, September, of course, for Challenger Series 2. Keep your eyes out for that one, folks. Registrations will go live, I believe, in the last week of August. I can't really say for sure yet, so don't quote me on that. But it will go live, so just keep your eyes open for that. If you want to have a chance of getting into the tournament itself, Challenge Series 2 will be probably pretty exciting, especially after the winner of the first one, this one, is decided. But that's a long ways away. Let's not talk about that just yet. Right now, a pretty standard match that we just had. Can't necessarily call it exciting outside of a few key moments here and there. But even then, those key moments were mostly just Clickbait cementing their domination, as we will see in the highlights reel going live on your screens in just a second. As Baba Gusta, take us through them, please.
Yeah, well, the highlights is technically where I have to talk more about Alchemist. Is they are, however, they were prepared on a map like Coastline. It's just that the numerous amount of new angles and placements being made from Team Clickbait did, put Alchemist off guard. I mean, you even saw how great their coordination was on attack as well. All three players first getting control on Penthouse. Actually, yeah, it was on towards aquarium and billiards room, using that vertical line of sight to try to eliminate players in towards blue and sunrise. And then they slowly made their way in towards the office, in which the push didn't work out well in their favor. And the way how the way how Alchemist pushed, all three of them right to I mean all three of them together pushing in, and all they had to do was just wait for the attackers to push in, and Clickbait just eliminated them one by one. Although I might say that Alchemist has good understanding of the map. It's just that they need to learn more angles, more the peaks, just like how Clickbait made, and especially that pre-fire being made from the sledge, right from the window through towards the blue bar, sorry, from the cool vibe stairs. They have to learn more angles on a map like Coastline. So if they try to figure out on how to do it, then Alchemist will at least have a fighting chance to go up against Team Clickbait. But the way how Clickbait went in 7-0, very such a great performance from them. We saw great performance being made from Luxia, great performance from Teddy Oi. I mean, Teddy Oi was just rushing in with the bearing 9 at this point in the attacker's phase. The same thing can be said to Luxia as the Ash. So it's just that when like I'd say that Alchemist was pressured a bit. It's mainly because when they get to stream their matches, especially like we saw them go up against Monkey Hunters, it was 7-0. Now going up against Team Clickbait, it was 7-0. I guess they have that kind of stage fright, and I mean, it's okay to have stage fright, guys. We all have those stage fright now these days. It always happened to us. It's always about the experience that counts. All right, watching those two wards will be like, yes, we made these mistakes in the defense wise, hopefully I can rectify those mistakes and play better next time. This should be the attitude, you guys, that you have to move forward, having a good positive thinking about it, saying that yes, it is 7-0. Yes, we made a lot of mistakes, but still I've seen some good potential coming in between you guys, Alchemist. I mean, not gonna lie, the way how you guys made that push in attack, the way how you guys were defending, although yes, the rumors needs to be a bit fixed on the defensive side, but all in all, good good job from the Alchemist. Again, just like I said, participation is important in a tournament of the Esports Club Challenger Series, and we appreciate you trying your luck, maybe go up against the best of the best. And yeah, that's more I have to say about Team Alchemist. Good job from them, but unfortunately you guys have to try it in the next tournament, maybe in the September, I believe. But talking about Team Clickbait, congratulations to them, 7-0 against Team Alchemist, as they'll be heading into the next phase of qualifiers to day 3. But that is just our first match of the day, ladies and gentlemen. We still have 3 more to go, and our second match will be Slum Boys going up against Gamer Syndicate. But for now, we're just going to take a short break, and we'll be right back after this.
The partnership with AMD has been great. In Far Cry 6, the team has built the most ambitious open world in franchise history, filled with lush tropical environments and decaying urban landscapes. To push the visual fidelity of our game and immersive gaming experience, we've been collaborating with AMD to implement next-gen rendering techniques like DirectX ray tracing and AMD Fidelity Effects features. When implementing these next-gen features, we were challenged because we want the majority of players to have an enjoyable, smooth experience without having to turn their settings down. Using upscaling technology like AMD Fidelity Effects Super Resolution helps us address this problem because it means more players can enjoy Far Cry 6 with their graphic settings cranked up and without compromising frame rate. FSR is a cutting-edge spatial upscaling solution. It's easy to integrate into our development pipeline, and it delivers substantial performance boost while retaining excellent image quality on the highest quality setting. Additionally, we believe AMD's GPU Open and the support for open standards and platforms drive innovation forward. We can't wait until October 7th when players will finally get the chance to see all the hard work we've put into Far Cry 6. It's very exciting that we're getting closer to showcasing to players the game, powered by the latest AMD technologies. The partnership with AMD has been great. In Far Cry 6, the team has built the most ambitious open world in franchise history, filled with lush tropical environments and decaying urban landscapes. To push the visual fidelity of our game and immersive gaming experience, we've been collaborating with AMD to implement next-gen rendering techniques like DirectX ray tracing and AMD Fidelity Effects features. When implementing these next-gen features, we were challenged because we want the majority of players to have an enjoyable, smooth experience without having to turn their settings down. Using upscaling technology like AMD Fidelity Effects Super Resolution helps us address this problem because it means more players can enjoy Far Cry 6 with their graphic settings cranked up and without compromising frame rate. FSR is a cutting-edge spatial upscaling solution. It's easy to integrate into our development pipeline, and it delivers substantial performance boost while retaining excellent image quality on the highest quality setting. Additionally, we believe AMD's GPU Open and the support for open standards and platforms drive innovation forward. We can't wait until October 7th when players will finally get the chance to see all the hard work we've put into Far Cry 6. It's very exciting that we're getting closer to showcasing to players the game, powered by the latest AMD technologies.
Alrighty then, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the AMD The Esports Club Challenger Series 1 Qualifiers 2 Day 2 for Rainbow Six Siege, here with your hosts Blackjack and Babagusta at the Esports Club. As aforementioned, we are here for the second day and second match of the second qualifiers. Tons of seconds in there, not a lot of firsts here today. But of course, the firsts were last week, if you missed it. That was qualifiers 1. Here we are in qualifiers 2 now, with the second match going live between Gamer Syndicate on the attack, Slum Boys on the defense on the map of Oregon. Good old Oregon, back at it again, as they say. And like we said before, multiple matches on Oregon are to be expected. This is the South Asian region, after all. Now, Slum Boys are a team we have absolutely no idea on. Unlike Alchemist, who we still casted last week, some teams from yesterday we still had the honor to cast last week. Slum Boys we have not seen at all. They could be a great team. They could be a team similar to Alchemist who have glimpses of a good time, but maybe not all there yet, not all formed and coordinated just yet. And on the other side, Gamer Syndicate, well, we know who they are. We've been seeing them since last year and then some. They've been around the bend similar to Clickbait, and they are looking to make their mark once again. So with all that being said, let us head to the map of Oregon without any further delay, as the ban phase is getting started. So let us jump right into the match. Match number 2 on your screens live right now, as the Slum Boys have the first ban of the day of this match, seeing as they are on defense first, and they will decide to ban the Thatcher. Standard ban, all things considered. Interestingly enough, Thatcher was not banned in the previous match that we had on Coastline. But Coastline, you can get away with having Thatcher be in play in general. On Oregon, not so much. Oregon is one of Thatcher's many, many playgrounds when it comes to maps in Rainbow Six Siege, as Gamer Syndicate will have the second attacker ban of this match, and they will decide to ban the Jackal. Once again, very standard, deciding not to go for a hard breacher ban because they are on attack first, and they just want to get rid of the Jackal because at this point, who really even plays Jackal? And on Oregon, Jackal's good for the first floor roam clear, like first floor, wherever the roamers are, he's good there. But after that, he kind of runs out his usefulness. That is debatable, of course, because he's got a good kit, but you will be better off just picking other ops like Nomad, like Iana, like Ace, Maverick. There's many others who can fill that role without needing his very specific gadget. As Valkyrie will be banned from the side of Gamer Syndicate. No surprise right there. Tons of information potential, tons of killing potential gone, and the same stands for Mira ban right here from the side of Slum Boys. Once again, tons of killing potential, tons of area control and denial, all gone, with the 4 standard bans on the map today being Thatcher Jackal, Valkyrie, and Mira. And with that, round one will be underway. But before we get into it, let us have a look at both the rosters that are here in the lobby for us today. From the side of Gamer Syndicate, we've got Killsteal, a bit, Spidey Time, Asterix, and Hecko. And from the side of Slum Boys, we've got Psych, Parkour Boy, Bro 27, Bro 22, and Nap Boy. I hope he's not going to be napping on the wheel, as his name suggests. And with that, round one is now going to be underway. And I've kept the man for the mic long enough. Baba Gusta, take it away.
Thank you for that, Jack. And without further ado, let's just head on in for map 2. It is Gamer Syndicate on attack, Slum Boys on defense. Map will be on Oregon. And for now, we're just waiting for the loading screen to come to an end, with the site being on second for kids, Doms, and Doms main hall. The traditional way to start off with the maps, and we're still waiting. I guess that the number of pros that we said right now is mainly the reason why. Okay, there you go. The loading has finally been done, and we'll proceed to the first round, ladies and gentlemen. Bruh, indeed, Jack. As we proceed to round one, second floor kiss Doms will be the site. Rook will be brought up with his help of armor plates. Now, talking about armor plates, there is high likely a chance where the attackers downs the defender instead of instantly killing them. But since headshots still counts, there is high likely a chance where the attackers can just immediately, just eliminate them rather than downing them. But still, the main reason why you would pick Rook is mainly because of his weapon. The MP5 having a 2.0 scope, which has the ability to go in for a particular spawn peaks, but still, the armor panel does work for the defenders, and it'll make sure that you would survive most of the gunfights, especially when the attackers makes their move. But for now, talking about the action phase itself, we will see the players on the side of Team Gamer Syndicate spawned in towards the street side, and I believe their main objective is to take out the walls in towards Games Room, go in for a default plant, simple as that. There should be nothing, nothing anymore going out of the ordinary. It's just that the way how, the defenders have been holding at this point, not a single player is in towards the games room, nor on the kids room itself. You see most of the players on the Dom's main hall and the attic room. That's exactly where the Capcan is, and he shouldn't have to worry about the attic push, because most of the attackers on the side of Gamer Syndicate are slowly making their way in towards the armory, actually right in towards the bedroom side, in which the push will happen. Spidey Time, the C4 from Parkour Boy, takes out Killsteal. What a way to start it off. But instant refrag will come in the hands of Asher to take out one. Spidey Time gets the other to take out Bro 2-2. 4v3 comes in, still in favor of Gamer Syndicate, and the carnage still continues. Hecko takes out Nap Boy. Oh boy. There's nothing much more to be said to Bro 27, because he is downed. He's not out. Well, he will get out in the hands of Asterix, and he gets the final kill, taking out Psych. And with it, we will see Gamer Syndicate win their first round with a bang, winning second floor kids, Doms, and Doms main hall. We proceed to round 2 and see whether Slum Boys have a chance to make a good comeback. I mean, the number of boys that I just said right now is just absolutely amazing.
Well, to be fair, there's two names with 6 bros across both of them, right? So, yeah, there's going to be a lot of the letter B flying around, folks, and we all know exactly why at this point. Abid takes a 6 pick out of the Dekebi into the Twitch, and Psych out of the Legion into the Wamai. Good decision to bring in Wamai, but I'm seeing a little hesitancy to bring Jaeger, maybe? Jaeger would probably work a little better, all things considered, seeing as his ADS says do refresh within, 10 seconds, I believe? It's a long time in siege terms, for sure, but given enough time, and if the attackers do not coordinate their utility clear well enough, then it could still actually work. So, not sure what's going on the end of the Slum Boys, but let's see if it does work in their favor. I am quite interested to know about the Rook pick. This is what, 2 rounds in a row now that they have brought in the French defender, one of the OGs of the game, for me as well, because I started with Rook. I remember when I first got the game, And Rook was one of my favorite defenders for the longest time. Probably still is, all things considered. He doesn't get enough love, especially after the new recent patches. He's done a lot of work in keeping his fellow defenders alive. Those armor plates are very
10 seconds
useful,
remaining.
if a little underrated, because of course their effects aren't visual
5 seconds
and
left.
they don't necessarily help in what is now considered the traditional siege way of information, of audio keys and all that. No, but it does help you survive. And at the end of the day, in a pinch, what you will need to do is survive. So, yeah, I mean, Rook is nice. Rook is nice. I wish we saw more of him. But you know, when the health pool and armor changes to the armor system come in, you know, the ones that were being tested on the test server for North Star, in fact, when those come in, I feel like we might see an increase in Rook pick, because that increase in
Bomb
health is
located
always
by
great. But
attackers.
with the Asterix, he's already here. He's already in, taking damage. Although Capcan traps, got to be careful of those. He will have to fall back on the White Stairs door once again. Attempted rush didn't go so well. Couldn't find the first kill either. Gave away his position. Heck, oh, wait a minute. Is this wise? I don't think so. But he's still going to get the kill. What? Pushes in as Asterix finds one more. That is a 22 taken care of. That's all down to the final three. Final two make that Nap Boy goes down, but Sight comes in. Finds fight time. That is one off board. Sophia gone. A second one to Parkour Boy 07, but he's going to go down to kill steal as well, leaving Sight the last one standing. A quick take into Sight, and suddenly, oh, hear me. I don't think that was intentional, but Hecko has been down in the meanwhile. A little bit of friendly fire going on as Syke is going to push up. He's going to see the down. He is, but unfortunately, he focused on that and not on the Asterix swinging from the kids' dorm's door. That will unfortunately spell his demise, as round two also goes the way of Gamer Syndicate. A very simple, precise take from GS, especially pushing into side the way they did, is going to lead them into an early good lead. Round three, we'll see us be 2-0 up as the site is being changed to laundry and supply room from the side of Slum Boys.
Well, third round, 2 attack wins on the side of Gamer Syndicate. And some Slum Boys will make a decision to go back to basement site. And now with the change of operator specs coming in from a bid, bringing in the Blitz. And when I say Blitz, I say the choo-choo train
Defenders, protect your bombs
is now
from
in
being
effect.
defused by attackers.
Especially when the action phase comes into play, as Team Slum Boys prepare to hold their ground, and Gamer Syndicate just
Bomb located by
particularly
attackers.
marking their destinations and reach from start point to end point. It's just a matter of time on
Attackers have located a bomb.
whether the journey will be successful or not. And the way how, you know, Slum Boys has been defending as of now, I would say that Gamer Syndicate are, to be honest, taking it lightly.
10 seconds
I mean,
left
for the
before
past 2
insertion.
rounds, at the first round, it was just mainly opening up the walls and then slowly make
5
their way
seconds
in
remaining.
towards the site. No pushes from the attic, no angles being made from the windows
Attackers
of
are moving
second
to
floor
defuse the
kids.
bomb.
It's just one simple push in towards master bedroom, and they got the win. And looks like a bid will start his journey right in towards the blue bunker. But for now, he's just gonna drone it out to figure out where exactly the start point and end point is. And Spidey Time slowly making his way in towards the basement laundry stairs. And I believe the journey will begin soon, and the first will be the Sophia, actually Asterix and Spidey Time all together converting itself in a 5v2. There goes a lot of players. Psych goes down, and Nap Boy, unfortunately, is the last player standing. C4 will come in, but the choo-choo train will come in as well. Knifes out, and also gives Gamer Syndicate a flawless win, 3-0. Actually, it's not a flawless win. We did see one of the player who got taken out. That would be Asterix, but still, a huge win for Gamer Syndicate, as they'll be able to win yet another round, 3-0. And it will be the same site yet again. Round 4 will proceed. The choo-choo train is still now in effect. It's just a matter when and how will it come to an end. We're about to find out in the hands of Slum Boys.
That we are indeed 3-0, with Gamer Syndicate taking a significant early lead. They have at the very least made sure that at this point, even if Slum Boys start waking up and taking rounds back, they will not be able to make a lead for themselves. It will be 3-3 at best. But that is still ideal for the Slum Boys, because they will have stopped Gamer Syndicate's momentum entirely. And, of course, you know, pushed their momentum onto the mat, swung it around, and put themselves in the driver's seat.
Attackers
But
need to locate and
there is still a
defuse
ton of work
bombs.
to be done. And given the way GS has been absolutely shutting them down so far, I don't know if the side of Slum Boys are up to the task. I want to say that they are to avoid sounding too harsh right now. But if this turns out to be another Alchemist situation, well, it is what it is at the end of the day. I believe that's also the name of a player who is currently playing in the tournament, but let's not talk about that one too much. He's from, what was it again yesterday? Laugh Out Loud Esports. That's, who was that? QB, right, Baba? I believe
10
it
seconds
is
left
what it
before
is.
insertion.
Yes, it
Yeah.
is what it is.
Good saying at the end of the day.
Yeah.
Very versatile, very flexible, malleable. All of the
Yes.
stuff that you
Attackers
like.
are moving out to locate a bomb.
Quite magnifico. As round
Amazing.
4. As round 4 will now be underway. Gamer Syndicate, once again, you can see Blitz is ready for the play right now. With a smoke grenade in hand, looks like a little bit of ADS burn might be in order. And yep, there we go. ADS are being burned. Grenade goes out. Will that find anything? It does. Take out the shields and all that. Kill Steal and Spytem will find one, but Robo22 and Napboy will take 2 back as the gas grenade goes out. But wait a minute. Robo22 is still alive in it with 1 HP. He somehow finds the
located by
Blitz.
attackers.
He's somehow alive. The blue push failed. Unfortunately, too many bodies going down to that one person alone as Asterix is now inside the side trying to push in, trying to get something for himself, but no, the smoke pushed out, got caught as it's now all down to Killsteal. Asterix goes down to Napboy, the Capcan, and now it is all up to Killsteal, the last one standing. Gotta be careful of Capcan traps as he pushes out towards Star Stairs, sees the Capcan, takes him down, and it's all now up to Bro27. He knows where the Hibana is. He's got a suppressor on the MP for some reason, as he will now push out towards the rotate between sites. He knows where to go, and he's looking in, well, roughly the right direction. But can he still clutch out this 1v1? His team needs him to, as, ooh, this could be a smart move right now, pushing out towards the rotate into Blue Bunker, but that's going to give Killsteal the opportunity to push in towards Laundry Room. Robo will have heard that plan going off, but he's not going to contest it, not just yet. He's waiting. And there we go. The plant has gone off. It's now a post plant. Doesn't know where the Hibana is. No, he doesn't. Does the Hibana hear the rook? Yes, she does. And Killsteal will shut down the final one. Bro27 will fall as round 4 still goes the way of Gamer Syndicate. It was a good attempt, a really good attempt by the side of Slum Boys. They actually managed to take man count advantage, but unfortunately, Killsteal still managed to swing it around. The 1v2 going his way, even with the diffuser going down, as in planted, so to speak. And with that, 4-0. Gamer Syndicate up on round 5 as they are leading the charge quite literally. Slum Boys have a ton of work ahead of them.
A ton of work and also some major changes from a bit. This time he'll make a decision to switch from the Blitz and back to the Mountain. Boy, the same thing will be happen to Parkour Boy 007 as he switches from the Mozzie to the Operator Oryx. Bringing in Oryx will, give a higher chances to get to the site way much more faster, unless and until he makes a decision to, hold his ground in towards meeting. Because talking about hatches, you have 2 hatches, one in towards kitchen and one at second floor kids dorms, I believe. Actually, yeah, one's in second floor kids dorms and one in towards the attic. So you could use Oryx to parkour his way up from the hatch without using the stairs, which is in fact a very good way to get to the site faster. It's a very good way to even make a quick rotate as well, and also be a versatile roamer. You can literally be all in one. It's just that the main problem is that whenever you try to use the Rima dash, it is still viable. And I believe the main reason why Parkour Boy brought the Oryx is mainly to counter the shield operators. At the beginning, I mean, he thought that there will be a blitz, but a bit changing the operator from the Oryx, a bit changing the operator from the blitz to the Mountain, apologies, will still be the same, and the Oryx will use his ability to full effect. All he has to do is just wait for the Mountain to basically extend his shield so that the Oryx would just rush him like a bull and just throw him down. That's the main thing you can do as of now. But you need to worry about the other 4 players, because the rush will happen yet again from Gamer Syndicate. And who would it be better than the Mountain himself? Already pushed in, and also the plant coming in towards second floor kids dorms. Where's the smokes? Where's the C4? Nothing from Slum Boys. But the Capcan trap will come in to take out Asterix. Napboy doing absolutely nothing. Will get the kill nonetheless. The kills will come in from Spidey Boy. Bro 22 takes out Spidey Boy in the meanwhile, recovering it, but it's a 3v3. Slum Boys and Gamer Syndicate have announced war, and looks like they are winning it. Gamer Syndicate, triple kill for Hecko. The last player to get taken out will be a bid. And looks like Gamer Syndicate's 2-2 train is still underway, Jack. 5-0. 2 more wins for Gamer Syndicate to secure their spot into the next qualifiers, day 3. Actually, the second qualifiers, day 3. And yeah, Slum Boys, even though good, I would say it was a wise decision for them to bring in the Oryx. It's just that they did not expect it, an entire 5-man push right in towards the windows of second floor kids' dorms. Yes, you could have used the smokes. You could have used the C4 from below. This would have been a huge opportunity for Slum Boys to, convert it. But since they didn't had any information, nor an information operator being brought up, it wasn't a good, they didn't had any more much to do. And now, since they've made a decision, like, look, we don't have information. How about I bring an operator? How about I bring that operator? Pulse would be a good idea to bring. You have those information. You could, the Pulse might be playing in towards the first floor kitchen, or maybe in towards the dining to give vital information to their team so that they can relay it. Use the C4s, use the smokes, use even the shotguns to disable the plants as best as possible. So Slum Boys, they are making some slight changes to their operator picks. It's just that they couldn't get the proper execution because Gamer Syndicate are being unpredictable.
To be fair, I think unpredictability isn't necessarily the right way to say it. They are changing up where they come in from, don't get me wrong. But just like how when we were on a basement, basement laundry and supply room, both times Gamer Syndicate's main push was on the blue bunker side with a little bit on the front stairs end, right? The second time, Slum Boys managed to hold off on both of those areas, only for Kill Steal to come in and completely shut them down, right? But now, in round 6, I think, actually, talking about round 5, not round 6, I think the issue was that Slum Boys were expecting Gamer Syndicate to just all go in on a push from main armory stairs and all that, and they had all dedicated themselves to that one region. Unfortunately, that was not to be, as there we go once again. The rush is coming in, and shots are being fired. The Blitz is taking a ton of damage right now. Spidey time, but he is still alive, and that's what matters, as more shots will be fired. There's a bid with the gang, and the Blitz goes out. Smoke grenades are in, but there's Brobo 22 to find the Blitz, take him down. Attic Breach is coming in. Hecko's already inside the site, inside of the game's room. Takes down the Alibi just to make sure that his position is not given away. Killsteal will find Brobo in the meanwhile, but Parkour Boy finds one. That's Asterix on the board. Hecko finds Psych. And it's all a matter of who can win the trade. So far, it has been GS winning the trades, and he wanted, Parkour Boy wanted to impact above him just to see if he could get somebody, but no. And that's all down to Brobo 22, who has so far remained unkilled inside the main hall. He's going to find one, but the plan's going off from a bit. Can he find the planter? I don't think so. Not enough time. He needs to get into Kid's dorm because that is where the plant is, and there's a glass watching the door. How do you go about this? You still have Candelas. Wait a minute, a bit hasn't thrown a single one. It won't matter. Killsteal shuts down the smoke. And once again, quick take, quick and precise from the side of Slum Boys. A little messy, I will say, in the mid-round when they were establishing control, but they still managed to do it quick enough so that, Slum Boys could just not retake the control. Wrestle the control away from the side of GS. Once again, we have an Alchemist situation brewing, as in the previous match that we had between Clickbait and Alchemist. It was 6-0 on the half, and this one as well. GS versus Slum Boys, 6-0 on the half, as the Gamer Syndicate are up to match point. And 1 round to go on the defensive side of Oregon. Well, things are looking good for them. That's all I can really say.
Yeah, well, there's nothing much more to say about Team Slum Boys, although they did made an attempt. And that attempt was good. Basement Laundry's hold from Bro 22 was actually good. The shotgun to deny the push in towards the blue bunker, he did handle that site very well. It's just that if he had much more, angles being made right from the main stairs entrance-wise, but if he could have given much more cover to smoke, then we would have seen Slum Boys get at least, 1 point at least. And also, if they expect if they expected Gamer Syndicate to rush in every single round, then Slum Boys would have made, some attempts, maybe a C4, like a smoke grenade, try to use utilities a lot. But for the past, in the first half itself, we haven't seen a single utilities being thrown up from Slum Boys. Although, yes, we've seen the Capcan kills coming in from the utilities itself, and I
10
believe
seconds to go.
I've seen one C4 being popped up from the first round.
5 seconds left.
Other than that, we haven't seen any utilities being thrown up. So I
Attacker's
am
objective is to locate a bomb
quite
and defuse it.
familiar to say the Slum Boys was actually quite confident in the first round, especially when they start to engage in that gunfights, and it just slowly started to go down as Gamer Syndicate started winning rounds over and over again. And talking about how aggressive Gamer Syndicate is, they even made a decision to reinforce the games room wall, and they've decided to go all in. SMG 11 spawn peak from the Asterix, and he's just waiting for one single kill, but it's just a trap, and it's best for Asterix to fall back. Or will he contest back again? We're about to find out. But the OEA operator Oryx will come in. Spidey time takes out bro 22. And he finds the other players is the biggest question. For now, he's just gonna fall back. No, he's just gonna create much more nuisance, much more irritation as Parkour Boy comes in with a double kill, taking out a bid and Hecko. Here comes the Shumika launchers from Killsteel to try to at least try to enhance or try to push them away. But the push already coming in right from the army lockers. Is this advisable? No, Psych. Good attempt. Good attempt. But in the end, Killsteel will get the kill. And we all know what's going to happen to poor old Napa. Push will come in as Spidey Time rushes in with his Rima dash, but unfortunately won't work out well in the end. And now we will see the Shumika launchers launching oh so very long, trying to find one single head of the thermite. If it does, it's going to be an amazing sight to see, but also a 1v2 clutch will also be as amazing as well. He still have a minute and 20 seconds left. He has smoke grenades. He could use it to block some particular players' lines of sight, but that repel sound will come in, dividing their attention. The Renards will come in from Gamer Syndicate. Asterix will come in to take out the final player, and there you have it. Another 7-0 win in favor of Gamer Syndicate. Good attempt from Slum Boys, but unfortunately their journey comes to an end, and they will have to try their luck in the next tournament. But for now, congratulations to Gamer Syndicate. They will proceed to day 3 of the second qualifiers. Talk about the number of kills: 8 kills, 9 kills to Hecko, Asterix, Killsteel, 8 kills. And talking about Slum Boys, though, I do have to appreciate the way how they defended in the first half. But yeah, there's not much a lot to be talking about Slum Boys. It's just they've made an attempt. It just failed numerous amount of times. There's nothing much more we can do about it.
Unfortunately, so they have tried quite hard, but it is what it is. Unfortunately, at the end of the day, they will be eliminated here and now. A very, very quick 7-0 from the side of Gamer Syndicate, as that ends our 5 p.m. game relatively quickly at that too. What was it, like 25 minutes? 20 minutes? Something like that?
Yeah, I guess it's 20
Yeah.
minutes. Yeah.
That is quite quick, folks. Quite quick indeed. As with all that being said, 2 matches have been taken care of, and of course, we're going to be talking a little bit more about the match that we just had in the highlights reel going live on your screens in just a quick second here. And there we go. The highlights are up, and I think everybody knows what we are mostly going to be talking about here, and that is the very aggressive and quick, well, not really aggressive, even in the, quick takes and plays that Gamer Syndicate were bringing out. Sure, from a gameplay perspective, it was aggressive because they were pushing very, very quickly and very strong at that too. But in terms of actually how things were panning out, it was less aggression and more of a case of they were vibing really hard. Almost too hard for Slum Boys to keep up, but they still managed to. And this take on Blue Bunker, that failed so spectacularly. And even then, Killsteel managed to bring the round out. That round probably could have been, Slum Boys' round. Unfortunately, the plays just weren't really there. Rook is, generally speaking, a giant of an operator, makes a ton of noise across the map, so you want to be careful moving around with him, not make too much noise, because if you do and if you get caught, well, it's not much you can do after that. And really, as you can see, there wasn't much to do for the side of Slum Boys. All they were doing was spawning in, taking a couple of bodies, and getting caught out entirely. And well, the last round that we just saw was entirely a comedy round, shall we say? Because I mean, what was that even? All spawn peaks, all runouts. I mean, Gamer Syndicate decided to just end it as soon as possible, and well, they did. And with all that being said, that is match number 2, Gamer Syndicate versus Slum Boys, taken care of, and match number 3 will be up soon-ish. Sage Empire versus Team Valiants. That is going to be an exciting one, and we'll be getting that match to your screens live in just a short while. Until then, a quick break. Stay tuned, folks.
The partnership with AMD has been great. In Far Cry 6, the team has built the most ambitious open world in franchise history, filled with lush tropical environments and decaying urban landscapes. To push the visual fidelity of our game and immersive gaming experience, we've been collaborating with AMD to implement next-gen rendering techniques like DirectX ray tracing and AMD Fidelity Effects features. When implementing these next-gen features, we were challenged because we want the majority of players to have an enjoyable, smooth experience without having to turn their settings down. Using upscaling technology like AMD Fidelity Effects Super Resolution helps us address this problem because it means more players can enjoy Far Cry 6 with their graphic settings cranked up and without compromising frame rate. FSR is a cutting-edge spatial upscaling solution. It's easy to integrate into our development pipeline, and it delivers substantial performance boost while retaining excellent image quality on the highest quality setting. Additionally, we believe AMD's GPU Open and the support for open standards and platforms drive innovation forward. We can't wait until October 7th when players will finally get the chance to see all the hard work we've put into Far Cry 6. It's very exciting that we're getting closer to showcasing to players the game, powered by the latest AMD technologies. The partnership with AMD has been great. In Far Cry 6, the team has built the most ambitious open world in franchise history, filled with lush tropical environments and decaying urban landscapes. To push the visual fidelity of our game and immersive gaming experience, we've been collaborating with AMD to implement next-gen rendering techniques like DirectX ray tracing and AMD Fidelity Effects features. When implementing these next-gen features, we were challenged because we want the majority of players to have an enjoyable, smooth experience without having to turn their settings down. Using upscaling technology like AMD Fidelity Effects Super Resolution helps us address this problem because it means more players can enjoy Far Cry 6 with their graphic settings cranked up and without compromising frame rate. FSR is a cutting-edge spatial upscaling solution. It's easy to integrate into our development pipeline, and it delivers substantial performance boost while retaining excellent image quality on the highest quality setting. Additionally, we believe AMD's GPU Open and the support for open standards and platforms drive innovation forward. We can't wait until October 7th when players will finally get the chance to see all the hard work we've put into Far Cry 6. It's very exciting that we're getting closer to showcasing to players the game, powered by the latest AMD technologies.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the AMD, the Esports Club Challenges series for Rainbow Six Siege, supported by Ubisoft. We are here for the second qualifiers, day 2, match number 3, and it is Sage Empire going up against Valiants, the third match, and hopefully this will be an interesting match to look at because the map will be on Oregon once again. Yes, we did get to witness Oregon, the same match with Gamer Syndicate, go up against Team Slumboys. The other two matches that we did get to witness was 7-0, 7-0. But this match, I am for sure that hopefully it would go more than that. Maybe an overtime might come in from, either both of these teams. So again, an amazing match to look at in match 3. So I'm going to ask a question to Jack once again. And this time, to predict on which team is going to win, Sage Empire or Valiants, and who will get to the next day of the qualifiers.
Well, if you ask me, Baba, it's a bit of a hard one to call. This match is definitely going to be a close one, but I feel like it's going to be going to the side of the Valiants. Now, whether or not my prediction is true, we will find out, of course, because the match itself is ready to go live. So let us, without further ado, jump into the match itself as it goes live on all of our viewers' screens as well. Of Valiants versus Sage Empire, with Valiants on the defense, Sage Empire on the attack. Curiously enough, from what the admins told us before the match went live, during the map ban phase, Sage Empire themselves apparently chose to go to attack first. Now, they could be thinking about the long game, right? Which is to go attack first, try and take a couple of rounds, establish your presence on the map, and then go onto defense on the half, 3-3, maybe 2-4 if things get a little stretched, and then proceed from there to win the game. That could be a viable strategy, not now, all things considered. We've seen that happen before from some of the larger teams in the region. Even Valiants have started attack on Oregon only to go on to win it on the defensive half. So it could actually happen, as the bans, of course, have been taken care of. Thatcher and Flores, not much to say there. Insane amounts of utility denial and support potential. Those two have been banned. Wamai for his beautiful synergy with Jaeger and the rest of the defensive team and keeping them protected from attacker utility. He will be banned from the side of Sage Empire. Valiants are the final defensive ban of this match, and that is going to be Valkyrie, as is to be expected. Wamai seems to be the only outlier / non-standard ban for this match. The others, Thatcher, Flores, and Valkyrie, are very much expected when it comes to pro matches, just in general, for Rainbow Six Siege. Not just the South Asian region. Flores bans are prevalent elsewhere as well, and that is for good reason. Those Rotero drones, I tell you, if there was a definition for annoyance in this game, those drones would be it. But without further ado, let us jump right into round 1 as it gets underway. And, it will be underway, but already a pause request has come out from the side of Sage Empire. And it seems to me that their fifth right there is currently in a bit of trouble. He's not really loading in. Could have been a little, could have been, I don't know, maybe crashed, maybe connection issues. We're not entirely sure, folks, but the pause has been taken, and there we go. Invalid has in fact confirmed. It is a game crash, so it's going to be a little, a minute or so before that player gets back. Speaking of which, let us have a look at both the rosters that are in the lobby for us today. From the side of Sage Empire, we've got Triple Ninja, Skeevy, Invalid, Electric, and Clinks, who just, just disappeared from the lobby right there as we came back to us, folks. Hello once again. And on the side of Valiants, we've got Nippon, Flickshutter, Hypertushi, Kingslayer, and Killjoy, who is actually killing, rejoining the squad. And according to our admins, there's also another piece of information. Invalid, who, if I recall correctly, used to play for the Valiants at least a little while ago. He's now actually playing against his team. Triple Ninja has also joined Sage Empire over here. So, yeah, Sage Empire's team has definitely had a few changes in roster and is probably looking a little better than before. I'll give them that. But they've still got a ways to go because, as we all know, the issues with new rosters are really gelling with each other, really coordinating well, and all of that. And that will be difficult because of the roster changes. Hopefully, Sage Empire doesn't have too many issues of that kind. And as far as their fifth by the name of Clinks goes, I'm not entirely sure about that one. Maybe it's just a name change and they're actually somebody we've casted before. Maybe not, but we are not sure at this moment in time. Who knows? We'll find out as we go along, folks. But right now, round one will be underway shortly. Give it a little bit of time as the fifth joins back for Sage Empire. Side itself, Kids, Drums, and Doors Main Hall. And just like Baba and I were talking, personally speaking, I feel like while Sage Empire is a good team by most accounts, they have their issues. And Valiants, on the other hand, they are a team that has been all the way up, right? All the way up against some of the top tier teams in the region on stream matches and have beaten them before, with the exception of Monkey Hunters, of course. Monkey Hunters have beaten Valiants more times than Valiants have done the same. So, it is what it is, as they say. But Valiants are good competition for some of the teams at the top, and that will mean that Sage Empire has their work cut out for them today already. Not only that, but going attack first, I'm not sure about the strategy, but that can lead to dividend. Like I said, we've seen Valiants themselves be put on attack first on Oregon, only to go out and win the match on the defensive half after a 3-3 or even a 2-4 split. So things could definitely go their way. Now, since we have the time, and since you asked me the question, I'm going to, reverse it back onto you, Baba. What do you think? What is your prediction for this game?
Predictions. The one thing that I'm really not good at. I mean, it's just it all just comes down to how well Valiants defend and talk about Skeefy on the side of Sage Empires, who was very confident in the first quals, but unfortunately, actually, was it on quals or was it in the previous tournament that we had the actually the Rising tournament itself, where we did get witness Monkey Hunters go up against Sage Empire. Fortunately, it actually went 7-0 in favor of Monkey Hunters. So maybe they're trying to get their revenge match, and in order to do that, they have to defeat Valiants first. Now, Valiants, we've seen their performance lately, and trying to take a look at their previous history on whether if we did get a stream matches on between them. I mean, for now, yeah, talk about Valiants. They did go up against Mercenaries, and if Valiants won, they they could have gotten a spot in the quarterfinals. But unfortunately, we all know that MRCZ, you know, did win out against Valiants. I believe it was almost a close round. Valiants did, claim at least 4 wins, 3 on defense, 1 on attack in the second half. But Mercenaries in the second half itself on a map like Clubhouse, they just went, you know, they just decided that, you know what, enough is enough. In the second half, we'll just make sure that, we'll just win it out, and they did exactly that. So I would say that Valiants still have what it takes to defeat Sage Empire, but the same thing can be said to Sage Empire as well. So at this point, it's just 50-50. I cannot predict it right that now, then, and there, but hopefully we're about to get the answers at this match, since we got Clinks back into the match with this. The lobby is fully filled. The pause timer will come to an end when the ready confirmations will come in from both Sage and Valiants. So with that, the pause is gone, and with it, we will resume back our first matchup. Sage Empire on attack, Valiants on defense. And without further ado, let's just begin in towards the prep phase. And already we just had the introduction of the rosters from Jack, and the way how we talk about the plus and minus points between Sage Empire and Valiants. And just like you said, Jack, Sage Empire, they are good at what they do. It's just that they make a bit of a mistakes, some small mistakes that Sage Empire makes, and Valiants could, take that advantage out of those mistakes that they make. And
10 seconds left before
talking about their performance lately, Hypertushi, Kingslayer, I would say the main fragger at this point on the side of Valiants is Flickshorter and Hypertushi. Talk about Sage Empire, the main fraggers who always get most of the early kills would either be Invalid or Streepy. Triple Ninja, yes, he always plays as the support. You need to have at least a single hard breacher to open up the walls on the side of Games Room and even on the attic side. Interestingly enough, most of the Oregon maps that I've seen is that they always go towards the Games Room and never open up attic wall. It's just that I'm very surprised to see what is, what mainly does give the advantage. Is it because they just want to, it's just mainly they want to be much more aggressive. They want to have more man count, have control on both the first floor and second floor, or is it just that they want to have much control towards the side, force the defenders to go in a post-plan situation and then win it out? So it's always those kinds of questions where we try to realize, why does the attackers never open up attic, go towards try to push in both of the angles and get those wins. I mean, sometimes it works, sometimes it does not, but still, Sage Empire will decide to do. Sage Empire will just decide to execute only in towards the Games Room side. You always, hear the Hibana Fiscaros pellets and also the kill coming in from Klings, as he was repelled in towards the windows of Armory Lockers, and he will get the first frag. Hypertushi goes down. Unfortunate for Valiants, as they will lose their first defender. They need to find 4 more.
Well, the first defender's off the board, and it is Hypertushi. A little unfortunate right there for the Jaeger to be going down that early, but the time going away from Sage Empire will not be recuperated, so they themselves will have to be quick about this, as we are about to cross the minute mark. Nippon is going to hear the shots coming up from the Hibana inside of the trophy room, which will mean that maybe a gas tank goes out. No, flashbangs go out first. That is to burn out any potential ADSs, and there we go. The Zofia comes in to finish off that deployable shield, but the issue is they don't have bedroom breach, and they need to get that done quickly. They only have one hard breacher at that. I just noticed, but no! Triple Ninja with a beautiful shot onto Nippon will finish off one. Can he get another? No, not quite. Takes a bit of damage. That is the mute peeking out with an SMG-11, but no, that is ill-advised. You don't peek like that, not when the AR has the angle on you first. And Kingslayer will go down as well. Valiants, little too aggressive for their own good, and definitely doing far too many single peaks for their own good as well. Invalid finds Killjoy. It's all down to the Kaid now, and he needs to try and find one electric. Wait a minute. He didn't see him. Flickshutter, you need to get up now. The plan's happening. And he will. He's gonna get up. He's gonna get him. Shots are fired. They know where he is. He finds one more. Can he get the down? No! Almost had that too. Oh my! Oh my me, Flickshutter nearly just tore the round in the favor of Valiants. That was brazen, shall we say, in the face of absolute uncertainty. But Sage Empire will be the ones to win out the round. It was not a flawless round as they so wanted it to be, but they still managed a good take, and a good take indeed. Valiant's a little too aggressive for their own good. It was more like they were, peeking one by one. It's like the thing about action movies, when the protagonist is fighting a bunch of, like a gang of bad guys, and they're just approaching them one by one. That was what I was seeing from Valiants. Now, I'm not saying who's a protagonist and who's the bad guy here. That's not part of the analogy, folks. But what is that Valiants were just going out one and then the next,
Defenders,
and then the
protect your
next,
bombs from
and
being
then the
defused
next.
by attackers.
Kinda don't do that, especially on, top floor for Oregon. So they will need to be a little more careful of that. Sage Empire, on the other hand, good stuff from them, I will admit, as they take the first round.
Well, talk about action movies and the way how Valiant pushed in. It's the plot that matters, and the way how Valiant's plotted, unfortunately, it didn't work out. I mean, it was almost close for a flick shotter as he almost took out the planter. If only he had less amount of time, or should I say, if the attacker only had like around 3 or 2 seconds, I would say that Valiants would have won that round, no matter how much of
Attackers
man-con
must locate
advantage
and
that
defuse the
Sage
bomb.
had, because they were mainly focused on finding the final guy, and they forgot that the Kaid was prone in, right in towards the games room, even with the walls being opened up. So, yeah, Sage Empire really needs to be careful, especially when it comes to gathering information. But the first round, so far so good. It's a good improvement, even with the early kills being made from Clancy and Hypertushi. Really needs to be careful, especially when he's holding an angle right from the armory window. Although you need to hear the specific rappel sounds coming in from the attackers, so Hypertushi really needs to be careful. The Deployable shield being placed will provide some excellent cover for the smoke, for Nippon to be holding an angle. Looks like the C4 will come in, does connect. Oh, so close there. If that C4 did connect, then it would have been vital for Valiants to get that early kill. But on the other hand, we will see Cleans taking quite a lot of damage. But he's rappelling down from the armory window. Again, contesting against Hypertushi. He is winning in gunfight, or does he though? As Electric comes in to take the Jaeger out. In this way, we will see Sage Empire slowly gaining their momentum as they have control on armory lockers and the stairs. Now they have to worry about the site in which they will be met against 2 or 3 of the players, and hopefully this time they would not, peek just like the Smoke and Mute did the previous round. Minute and 30 seconds left for Sage Empire to make their play, and they are taking this nice and easy. Skiffy almost got the shot against the Smoke, but he will survive nonetheless. Surprisingly enough, we'll be seeing him use the FMG instead of the M5 shotgun. I believe that the Smoke wants to engage long-range gunfights. Yes, I do agree that... although I do have to agree that FMG is a good weapon to go in long range, but when it comes to short range, M5 is basically the best weapon for Smoke. But for now, you do see a change. You do see a slight change in the push on how Sage Empire is going. In the previous round, they immediately had control at almost a minute and 30 seconds. Now it's almost 50 seconds. And Invalid, slowly making his way in towards the attic, will succeed to use the Gon 6 to take out the Goyo shield. And now they're slowly making their way. Skiffy comes in with yet another kill, taking out Killjoy and Triple Ninja. We've seen him get double kill. You almost saw the player, but he doesn't go in for the kill this time. Again, Nippon goes down while he was using the smoke gas canister. I believe Triple Ninja was waiting for that opportunity, and yet another peek from the Mute. On the hands of Kingslayer, as we will see Sage Empire win yet another attack round on second floor Cage Doms and Main Hall. Just how? Why? I mean, although I understand that Smoke has been taken care of, it's just that when Mute peaked, he neither went in for a pre-fire, he was just holding angles. And somehow, the Hibana easily got that kill. What exactly happened there from Valiants? They had the entire site under control. And when, the attackers started to get those important early kills, Kingslayer gone, Killjoy gone, not to mention Nippon was gone. When the Hibana eliminated the last player in towards the site, all they had to do was just push, and Valiants, not a good start from them. 2 attack round wins for Sage Empire, looking very strong in the first half. Valiants needs to figure out a way to get out of this situation. And when I say get out of the situation, they need to get out fast, because if they do not, and if you give Sage Empire a huge lead, then I'd say that Valiants will be in a huge problematic situation that they have to face within the second half, because they will be on the attack.
5 seconds left before insertion.
Yeah, Valiants, not sure what happened in that last round. There was definitely an air of impatience about them, I think, especially towards the 50-second mark. I think they wanted to take gunfights early, but then to that I asked, then why would Hypertushi go down early? He needs to stay alive, right? Because he needs to be the initial playmaker. He's taking those first gunfights. And if he's going to go down early, then you're going to need to have somebody else not inside, playing outside of sight, maybe even just lurking towards armory or first floor. But if you want those early kills going your way so that the late round doesn't lead to another collapse like that, you will need players, 2 players to be specific, to be out and about and taking control of things before the attackers can get themselves settled. Now that, of course, will require quite a bit of preparation from the side of Valiants, which will mean that they need a little bit more work to be done. Triple Ninja on the blue bunker door right now. He hears the shots fired towards towards him from the Jaeger. Those shots are going to be something else. There we go. The Sophia will take care of that deployable shield on the door to the boiler room. Shots are fired. Skeefy a little low, but not a lot. Just a minor bit of damage coming in from the pillars area, and that is from the Malusi. Excuse me, right there. That is from the mute, I believe. Excuse me, not the Malusi. Flickshot could have been the one to do that damage as the hatch will be taken care of. There's another Surya gate here that Clanks has to now deal with. Still no early kill from the side of Valiants. The Roamers are definitely a little shy about this today, at least in this round. And I can understand why, because these last few just have not been going their way, and they will need to change things up as and when required. Sage Empire and the meanwhile are very comfortable, but not for long. Nippon's gonna take one, and that is Keefe on the board. The Sophia gone as the smoke grenades start being popped out at the minute mark.
Well, that's exactly what Valiant needs to do. With Kingslayer and Nippon being alive, they will succeed in holding out the basement blue bunker as Hypertushi is here for the cover from the blue stairs. Valid goes down and so does Flickshot in the hands of Electric, who is slowly making his way from the meeting. He has all the information he needs via the Argus cams, but with Kling slowly making his way in towards the basement laundry stairs, and talk about Sage Empire making a quick change. The defenders have no idea the push will come in, but he doesn't see Killjoy. And there you have it, the defuser has gone down, and with the last player also goes down in the hands of Kingslayer. And we will see Valiants come back, winning round 3 basement laundry and supply room. Although I would say it was a good decision being made from Sage Empire, knowing that they cannot contest the smoke and the Jaeger right from the blue bunker stairs. Not only having a control on boiler means that it is a no-go to push in towards supply room and go in for the plant. Yes, they've opened up the meeting hatch, but the only thing that they could have done is just drop down and only get caught up from either from the Aruni or from the Jaeger. So they decided to come in from the basement laundry stairs, pushed in. It's just that they didn't had info on that small room that Killjoy was holding at, and there you go. Even the plant went down. The other 2 players went down as well as they were slowly making their way. Unless and until if there was a player who was providing a lot of distractions from the main stairs or from the freezer, it might have worked out. But, you know, having a lot of manpower on the basement laundry stairs and to provide that pressure is more important than doing, you know, a lot of distractions. I mean, it would have worked out for distractions if all 5 players were alive, but since Sage Empire only had 3, it would have been best to just go in and commit to it, and they did exactly that. Unfortunately, it failed. They didn't have information on where Killjoy was, and with Killjoy having that opportunity, giving them the information saying that the diffuser is down, the entire players on the side of Valiants converged into their positions and eliminated them in style. So with it, Team Valiants, again, a comfortable lead. I wouldn't say a comfortable lead. I would say a good recovery from them as they'll win basement site. And now they're back on first floor meeting and kitchen. No second floor kids dorms at this time because they've already lost twice against Sage Empire. It's just that they couldn't have much firm control over on armory lockers, and I believe that Hypertushi is main reason why they've decided to go to go back on first floor meeting. I mean, it's not just because of Hypertushi. I mean, there are many reasons why Valiants would choose the site on meeting, and it is a wise decision from them. So with a change of site, Sage Empire needs to figure out a way to first get that vertical line of sight, But Skiffy comes in with the early frag, taking out Hyper Tushi. Big drop from the sledge. Taking out the Mozzie. This will be a huge drop, but looks like Triple Ninja is going to go down in the hands of Flickshorter. The MP5 ST right from the small towers. The Anchor decides to go roam, and he will take out the Hard Breacher Thermite. There goes 2 exothermic charges, which could have been used to open up either the meeting wall or even, as I dare say it, the attic wall, which could have been used to have the entire control on meeting. But that will not happen, and you need the Maverick to open up those walls and hopefully make sure that he would get those kills as best as possible. I mean, you have those grenades, you could use it to flush out some of the defenders, but the way how Valiant is holding menacing,
Attackers have recovered their
I
defuse.
really do think that Valiant still has a chance to equalize it 2-2.
There is quite the chance of that happening, that is for sure. As we're going to have a little bit of a change in push directions from the side of Sage Empire. I can't really tell because only the Iana was here present towards the garage end of Oregon and has since switched out, as the ADS will give a little bit of info away to the defenders as to where the actual push is coming in from. All the three of the 4 attackers are currently positioned towards Big Tower, the stage first floor of Big Tower. Where is their
Attackers have
fourth?
located a
That is
bomb.
my question. As you have Electric still watching drones and, giving away information. Wait a minute! Oh, Killjoy just took a little bit too long to find Electric, but Skiffy will take that trade. Nippon finds Invalid in the meanwhile, and that may have been up top. May or may not have been. A down comes in, and there we go. A double, beautifully done from Kingslayer and Nippon, holding against the breach and making sure that Sage Empire are not allowed to take another round. A beautiful win from them, keeping them under pressure constantly. And with that, Valiants will manage to equalize 2-2 going into the 5th round. And this is very interesting, folks, as it would appear that the Valiants have decided to not go to second floor Kiss Drums and Dorsman Hall for their 5th round. They seem to be headed towards Kitchen and Dining Hall. In fact, they are. Now that we're in the 6-pick phase, it is pretty much set in stone. Kitchen Dining, just after Kitchen and Meeting, should make for a very interesting round because dorms and main hall above are very good, generally speaking, for defenders, but Valiants have definitely had issues with that site today, so them not going back there is very understandable. How far they will be able to push this is, of course, anybody's guess, as the site is being set up for round 5. I'm just oh, hello there. Had a little bit of a freeze on my end. Don't worry, folks. My own network was causing a bit of a problem. But yeah, what I was trying to say is, like, as the site is set up, what I really want to see from Valiants is how they defend the dining aspect of this. Because once again, a hard breacher is going to be needed for the side of Sage Empire, and that is the Thermite. Last round, the Thermite went down in a very unfortunate time, and that forced Clinks to try and get the hard breach done. And even if he did, time was very much an issue because the Maverick is much slower than, of course, someone like Thermite, Ace, or even Hibana for that matter. And that, of course, meant a whole world of issues for the side of Sage Empire. They're going to need to avoid early drops like that this time around as round 5 gets into its attack phase.
Yeah, 2-2, and Valiants is back on track. Talk about Sage Empire, losing those 2 rounds is not a good way for Sage Empire to be losing such certain situations like this, but still, the way how it's going around, the drone works from Sage, giving information but gets taken out at the same time, will have less information unless and until the artist can give much more. Kingslayer takes out Skiffy, big drop as Triple Ninja does the same, taking out Kingslayer. There goes 2 of the frag ops and also the frag players on both the teams. Skiffy and Kingslayer out. And now their main focus is get the control on second floor Kid Storms, which will be met by Nippon, who is holding his ground with the help of the Prisma's holograms, giving so much good amount of information. One being pinged right in towards the construction stairs, and the other, that would be the Maverick, still droning to find where exactly the locations are. This time you see Killjoy providing a good amount of protection for Nippon, saying that you do your thing and I'll do mine. They'll do exactly just that. Triple Ninja using the extra me charge right from the floor to open up the walls in the side of first floor dining. It will succeed. They will open up the walls, even though there is an electroclaw, it will be denied nonetheless. And now the pressure is on for Valiants. Knowing that the wall has been breached, they are gonna fall back, but not Nippon though, because he's the only one holding the angle from default. If Alibi goes, or should I say if Alibi dies, the Knights say that Sage Empire will be free to plant in on towards the default plant. If they do this, then Sage Empire is slowly on their way. Hypertushi again tries to contest an angle right towards Invalid. Won't be able to get the kill as of now. They have information via the Maestro camp. They could use it to default, to take out the default plant as well. Bit worried about the push. A lot of damage, a lot of pushes coming in from Sage. No! Electric and Triple Ninja should have worried about that angle. And Invalid is trying to contest to the Maverick Maestro once again. No, he's gonna take out as well. In the hands of Flickshotter too. And Nippon with the final kill to take out Klings. And with it, we'll see Valiants fling back, winning Kitchen and Dining Hall. And again, from Sage Empire, what was the push? Like, why do I see 3 players pushing in towards the shower, letting Hypertushi get more than 2? And also, you guys even breached the wall. And yes, in the default, you even have Alibi holding the angle. You had to wait for the Maverick to push in. Yes, I understand it was a bit late for the Maverick to get the access on second floor kids' dorms. If they did it way much more faster, they would have just pushed in and went in for the default plant itself. It's just that they took way too much time, mainly because of the Jaeger who was holding in towards construction. He did a good job at that. Even the ADS is blocking so much utilities. The early kill from Valiants and Sage Empire, immediate refrag from them. But it wasn't enough because the time taken to get the control on towards construction didn't favor an inch to Sage. In fact, it favored a lot to Valiants, because now since they only had the control on construction, who's going to get control on second floor kids' dorms? The vertical lines of sight, which is heavily required to flush out most of the defenders out, even maybe force them to get out of the site, play uncomfortable angles for the defenders. It would have worked out, but loss of time, and that leads to Valiants win out yet another round. As we proceed to round 6, the site will be on basement, laundry, and supply room, not kids' dorms main. The first 2 rounds in which Sage Empire did succeed in winning, they just have to win this site for now. And the way how basement laundry push that Sage Empire pushed in, I believe they realized what they're making. So you see Triple Ninja slowly making his way in towards the side. Sees the Kaid. Beautiful shot and also a beautiful push there. Killjoy, not having any information, is going to give Sage Empire the early kill that they need. There goes the Kaid, the AUG, and the C4. Should have been used to deny so much pushes and even, could I say, execution from Sage Empire's attack phase. And now losing at the early phase, Valiants needs to worry about this side. If they do not get this win, then that means I would say at the first half it will be 3-3 on map Oregon.
Well, there's still a chance of Valiants taking this round, mind you. Sage Empire may have found Killjoy, but there is still work to be done. You still have Nippon, you still have Flickshotter, and Kingslayer to worry about. Hypertushi too, to a degree, but, compared to the other rounds, it was the previous round where he really shined. Wait a minute, you don't peek out, Flickshotter. Fall back. You're gonna need to. No, he won't. He wanted to use the shotgun to try something, and Clicks came down, quite literally telling him, try something against the LMG. And, well, unfortunately, he didn't even give him the chance to try something, as they say. And that's one more down, unfortunately. But wait a minute, Kingstar's going to find one. That is a big diffuser drop as well on top of the white stairs. Can he find the Maverick? Can he find one more? No, not quite. Clinks finds Nippon. Shots being fired. Will Diana win the gunfight? No, he won't. Hypertushi finds Clinks in the meanwhile. A couple of drops and a couple more. As it is 2 versus 2. Skeefy's coming in. As Electric will find Hypertushi. It's all down to Kingslayer. And does he know that there's a Maverick right above him? I don't think he does. But he's aware of somebody being awfully close on that exact angle. The grenade goes out, but that will do nothing to abate the fears of the attackers. As no, you don't need to do that. No, he played that so well. Dropped down the hatch and just he avoided the grenade, he avoided everything, only to then go in and peek. Why would you do that? Sage Empire has shown that they will instantly go for double peaks, wide peaks on those exact counter angles, those flank angles, as soon as they have info. And they would have info on you because you dropped the hatch. That makes a noise. Anyway, it was definitely a good play by the Jaeger. I won't say that it wasn't. Dropping diffuser there, good stuff. Holding the diffuser with the quick peaks on white stairs, good stuff again.
Attackers need
Dropping
to locate and
down
defuse
the
bomb.
hatch, knowing that there's no way he can contest a Maverick with a live grenade next to his feet, good decision. Only to be undone by the peak at the end. Unfortunate, but it is what it is, and Sage Empire will go 3-3 up going in to round 7, which is, of course, the equalizer, and more importantly, the half. Sage Empire are now defending, Valiants are now attacking, and Valiants have their work cut out for them.
Well, so much work for both these teams because it is 3-3 equalizer. And second half is exactly
10 seconds
where miracles, or should I say magic, happens. It's about time we
5
see
seconds left
whether the
before insertion.
defenders, that would be Sage Empire, is confident enough to succeed
Attackers
in
are moving
surviving
out to
the
locate a
attack
bomb and
phases
defuse
of
it.
Valiants. Now with the action
stop
phase
worrying
coming
about
in, talk about
grenades
your
now.
picks. We have the Nomad, the Twitch, the Shock Drones to destroy utilities, and also the Zofia with the LMG. A lot of pressure though. I wouldn't say pressure, it's just almost, I do have to agree with Jack. Kingslayer almost had it, unless he could have just fall back towards the side instead of contesting the angle from the freezer stage. But for now, we will see Invalid thinking of contesting the angle. He even, I mean, he is going to use the gadget, which would force the attackers to not get the information, but it's too late. The attackers have the information on both of them, and they'll make a quick retreat back towards first floor kitchen. Skiffy is there for the defense, and yet another drop will come in from Sage Empire. It's technically like you know, the Mozzie and the Vigil, both of them just decided to fall back, knowing that they have the entire control on second floor and first floor. And even though Vigil did try to, you know, attempt to get those kills right from the windows of the attic, unfortunately they decided to just fall back and give the entire control. Not exactly sure that if it's a good idea, but that will cause a lot of distractions for Valiant, saying that we need to take care of those roamers first, the Mozzie and the Vigil, but they already know what's happening around because the Maverick is already dropped down. He is in towards freezer, and all Skiffy needs to do is to use the C4 before the Maverick uses his nades. And it's about that time to see who will win against who, which timing will favor on the side. Is it going to be on Sage? Is it going to be on Valiants? You see a lot of changes in positionings happening from the attackers itself. At first you see them on freezer, now you see them slowly making their way from basement laundry stairs. They're opening up the hatches, but they have to do it fast because they're losing a lot of time. A minute left for them, as they will take out the mute jammer, succeeding, and they will open up the ace. Open up the hatch. But the first kill will come in from Invalid this time. A beautiful shot right from the main stairs to take out Hypertushi. Big drop. Nomad goes down, and hopefully the air jabs are still kept in place. Smoke gas canisters will come in too as the Maverick decides to go in for the pre-fire. Unfortunately, they don't have much more info. So it's all down to the players who are pushing in towards the freezer. The Sophia and Killjoy, actually, the Sophia and Flickshotter, both of them converging into the location as we see Kingslayer get one. Skiffy goes down. Can he get the second? Yes, there you go. Killjoy takes out Invalid, but Klings is still alive and kicking, taking out Killjoy. It's a second. No, it does not. It is double kill for Klings. And now Flickshotter is the last man standing. He's pushing in towards the side, doesn't have the information, but gets the kill anyways. So he needs to win one more, and that is Klings. He pushes in at the right time, knowing the exact information been given from the Jaeger. And all he had to do was just push and execute, and he did exactly that. With it, we will see Valiants win. Actually, Sage Empire win round 7, Basement Laundry and Supply Room. Such a close round though from Flickshotter. He almost had the clutch. He almost had a 1v3 clutch. But in the end, it didn't work out for them. Valiants, again, so close, yet so far but he shouldn't give up, because in round 8, the site being on second floor Kids and Dom's main hall, things might be a bit different, or will it not?
Attackers need to
Things
locate
could
and
be
defuse
different,
as many bombs
and they could not be at the same time. Unfortunately, seeing how Valiants have been playing, at least that attack round, I was not impressed. Like, sure, the mad scramble at the end, that was something else entirely. I get that, you know, it could have gone either side and all of the usual discourse that follows a late round situation. But over the course of the round as a whole, I cannot say that I was impressed by Valiants. Initially, it seemed like they wanted to use the Maverick to push in quickly and very quickly
10
indeed
seconds remaining.
towards the White Stairs area, towards Freezer, that is. They didn't. They didn't
5
follow
seconds
through
to
on
go.
that. Then it seemed like they wanted to emphasize towards Blue Bunker. Well, they didn't do that. Then it seemed like they wanted to emphasize on Main Stairs. They didn't follow through on that. Tons of ideas being thrown around, but none of them were really, you know, emphasized on just letting Sage Empire gain control one after the other and then getting taken out because of it. I mean, what is going on with the side of Valiants? I guess we won't really know. But this is certainly not the Valiants that we saw last week. That is for sure. But right now, we have Killjoy up on the Armory Rappel, goes straight in. This is Killen, of course, coming right into the Armory with the LMG on the Zofia. In the meanwhile, Flickshotter and Kingslayer are busy clearing out the main bedroom. Master bedroom needs to be cleared up before they can push in. Towers being opened up by Nippon. There we go. The standard stuff from the Maverick, as is to be expected. All he needs to do is widen the lines just a little bit so the Hypertishi can hang back and make sure he doesn't die first for the 8th round in a row now. As, yeah, it's just standard stuff coming out from the side of Sage Empire. Do forgive me if I sound a little bit not happy with them, but genuinely that previous round did not look like a Valiant round to me. So it is what it is, as they say. Clink's interesting position for him inside a meeting right now, as the bedroom wall will be broken open. But the meeting hatch is being watched, so that Maverick breach on meeting is going to have to be very careful when they do eventually make the push towards the site. Triple Ninja with the smoke gas canisters. He's going to get that first one out of the way. And Clinks, look at him, he's repositioning himself to take this kill. Or is he? He might want to fall back. He's got a castle barricade here, so he will have info if somebody pushes up behind him, because they have to break the barricade anyway. As in the meanwhile, Hypertishi is just getting out of Big Tower, leaving the Maverick alone in there. Killjoy trying to keep the breach on bedroom. But 55 seconds on the clock, and I'm not seeing major headway be made. Well, of course, Hypertishi himself has just made his way towards the excuse me, right there, towards the big window of dorms, but the defenders are still relatively free. I mean, you have Skeefy still roaming around doing his thing. You have Clinks still down below in meeting. There is no roam clear coming in, but Electric's going to take a bit of damage as Kingstar's going to find one. That's Skeefy on the board. Looks like this might be a last 30-second push, and that could be huge if executed correctly. It will need a lot of work. Kingstar coming up the White Stairs, but Invalid's going to find Nippon in the meanwhile. That's a big one. Electric goes down on White Stairs. Triple Ninja finds Killjoy as well. 3v3 on both sides. Invalid finds Hypertishi. Will Flickshot be found? Yes, he will be. Needed to look towards dorms, and now it's all down to the last one. The Twitch on White Stairs. 10 seconds on the clock. Needs to go up. Kingstar needs to find a couple more. Will he? No! Invalid! Be the one to finish him off with the UMP on the castle. And that is going to give the side of Sage Empire one more round. Just like we said. But this time, Valiants, unfortunately, it was very clear that they wanted to do a late round take right from the beginning. As soon as you hit minute 20 on the clock, there's no kills and no true headway to site being made. Attic, I don't think, wasn't even pushed that hard. I'm not sure where the Maverick went down, but I'm fairly certain Attic was never taken control over. Trophy was held by the attackers, but then pushing in from Trophy was another whole hassle. They had the Nomad go around to the big window of dorms. Good idea, only to then get taken down. White Stairs push didn't come in time, unfortunately, needed to be much quicker than it ended up being.
Attackers need to locate
Just
and defuse bombs.
a whole host of errors from the side of Valiants, which will leave Sage Empire 2 rounds in the lead now, going into the 9th round. Sage Empire have been performing well today, much better than last week, I will say, as their performance is one to be lauded. But until the victory screen shows up, it ain't over, folks. Valiants have made big comebacks before, and they can still make one, but they need to pick themselves up and clean up the act if they are to do something of that scale.
Oh boy, Sage Empire, 2 defender wins. Basement supply room and second floor kid storm. It's still in their hands, and although Kingslayer, who made a very good decision on eliminating the Jaeger Electric right from the white stairs, I forgot about the players from second floor kid storm. They did take quite a lot of time to make their execute right from the trophy entrance. But for now, we'll see the attackers rappelling in from big tower window. I believe their main focus is to get that control, and they'll do exactly that. The same thing can be said to Triple Ninja, who was, I believe, trying to place his armor panel. Unfortunately, get caught off, so he'll fall back from the kitchen side. They have good information from the Maestro's Evil Eye camps, and also the Denial will also come in. Not to mention the Alda, such a devastating weapon. Good fire rate, all it needs is just one shot and Nippon. Really needs to be careful though, because the Jaeger is so close in towards the attic side. I'm just going to make some angles, or should I say some bullet holes, so that he could be able to find some particular angles and eliminate them as best as possible. But he's doing all by himself. Keep that in mind. Flick Shotter will be there. Will provide as best support as he can. Uses the Selma Breach, opens it up. Shouldn't be much of a problem. But the only problem is Sage Empire, because the control of the entire attic is in the hands of Valiants. Now, Electric and Klings, both of them will try to contest the attic, and they should, because having a lot of pressure to force the attackers to fall back would be a good idea. Because if they have the control from the attic, which means that Invalid will be in huge trouble, knowing that he has to worry about multiple angles. One in which the breach which has been happening around from the big tower stairs in towards the stage, the second from the attic, and now from the entrance wise, where the Twitch is using the shock drone to give information. And looks like Invalid will see that, destroys it to prevent much more information being gathered from kitchen. And now the push is on for Valiants. What will be their decision? Who will get the early kill? And I'd say when I talk about early kill, Killjoy needs to push in, but Kingslayer will get the first frag. There goes Invalid right from the meeting side, and they're going to go in for the plant. Will you see a C4 play? No C4s, but still some heavy resistance being made from the attic side. But it is too late. Post-plant will come in, and so does the Jaeger, who decides to go in for the push. But it's too late. All the players on the side of Valiants goes down. And with it, Kingslayer, the last player left in towards kitchen corridor. The drop down will come in from the hatch. Kingslayer gets the third. Can he get the yes? The quad will come in. Whip switches out the pistol. And on needs to find the last player. The confirmation will come in via the alibi, actually the Nomad's air jab. He just needs to get the ace. Can he get it? He's falling back. He's peeking. He's peeking around, and there you go. Finally, Kingslayer with the ace, as he will win round 9. First floor meeting and kitchen. Look at that. He was basically playing Ring Around the Rosies from Sage Empire. Even with that post plan, Sage Empire had the chance, and somehow Kingslayer turned it all the way around. And looks like we will see Valiants come back in the fight, Jack. 5-4 as we proceed to round 10.
That was much needed. Much needed. Desperately so for the Valiants, I would dare say, because they were looking down and out after that sudden reversal that Sage Empire pulled on them. They had no idea that Sage Empire would do the site retake that well and go that hard on it, but they did.
Defenders, protect
But
your bombs from
the difference was that side of the attack had one player to rely on, and that was Kingslayer. And he held it down. He held the fort down very well. That aggressive playstyle, that aggro playstyle that he has enjoyed since the beginning of the game, this game that is, and the generally aggressive playstyle that we know him for, pays off finally, and better late than never, some would say. As as I have of course mentioned before, that same aggressive playstyle is what lost him and by turn Valiants around on the defense. That same playstyle has now won them around on the attack. Is this where Valiants turn things around? Is that ace clutch going to be what gives them the confidence and morale boost they need to make this play work? That is the question that we all have on hand right now. As the drones are coming in, the side, of course, being basement, laundry, and supply room once again from Sage Empire. Of course, as we know, kitchen dining, kitchen meeting, these sites are usually filler picks for the side, any defending side, to get back onto basement or to get back on to second floor. And even then, Sage Empire had a great chance to win it. Unfortunately, as soon as Kingslayer started taking bodies, Sage Empire messed up. Now, Killjoy taking a bit of damage right there from Clinks. Clinks himself is a little low on HP, but both sides are still going strong. That is what they need right now, to be strong, to go in to this as strongly as possible. They need to continue the momentum that Kingslayer himself established as the people come in, but no, Kingslayer pre-fired a little too early on the operator towards the boiler room pillar. Maybe he could have found Clinks had he pushed up just a little more. Maybe, maybe not. It's a what if, as they say. So we won't really know what could have been the answer to that situation. As another drone will find where Clinks is, force him out of the corner, and push him back farther into sight. 10 rounds have been done. 5-4 is the scoreline. This match is getting more and more intense with each passing second. That flick shot will find one that is invalid of the board. Will Valiants equalize here as the mute has gone down? A big pick indeed, but they still have 4 more to take care of.
There's nothing much more to talk about as Valiants. They have the advantage as Flick Shotter still trying to get the frag, in which it is way too late. And now they have to go up close and personal. Again, we see Kingslayer taking out the Electro Claws, but it's too late. The amount of time that Valiants have, they just have to go in for the push. Boiler control is in Valiants' hands. They just have to get the control on supply room. Even having the control on freezer is a big go, because they could go in for a plant into a supply room, but it's being blocked from the smoke gas canisters, and Valiants are now waiting for the smoke to dissipate so that they can enter in and going for the plant. And there you go. Nippon is going in, and so does the C4. Blocks it, but it's too late. No, Skeefy will get it. Nippon goes down, and also the frag is equalized. Again, the plant will come in from Kingslayer. The peak will come in from Skeefy, but no, he loses it to Killjoy. 2 kills from him. But still, the plant needs to happen. Hyper Tushy will be the one to go in for the plant yet again. He needs to pick up the diffuser. He needs to go in for the plant. And Klings needs to take out the diffuser, but it's too late. Killjoy will come in with the final kill, whipping out the pistol and take out the final player on the side of Sage Empire, as we will see Valiants win yet another round on Basement, Laundry, and Supply Room. Looks like it is equalized once more. Looks like the force is definitely balanced here, Jack. Sage Empire and Valiants. Now it's a matter of time to see whether who will get into the high ground.
That is the question that we have on hand. Who is going to be the one to take that lead, to take that first leading round here? Valiants have been chasing the tail of Sage Empire this entire game. And it is now more than ever that they need to be the ones to assert some sort of dominance as we go back to second floor kids dorms and dorms main hall. I like this about Sage Empire, mind you. They are changing things up, continually changing sites, continually changing operators to keep Valiants guessing. And that is needed right now. As we look at as we take a moment to, observe the number of kills and assists that we have from both sides, you can see Kingslayer for Valiants, 14-7. 5 of that 14 came just a couple of rounds ago with that beautiful ace clutch that he made for his team that has kept Valiants alive still and kept Sage Empire out of match point. That alone could have changed the tide of this game entirely, as we will find out. And on the other side for Sage Empire, you can see the kills are a little bit more balanced and spread out. 9 to Clinks, 8 to Triple Ninja, 8 to Skeefy, 6 to Invalid, and 5 to Electric. All of them have given it their all. Like, their entire efforts have been spent here. and for good reason. But that's the thing. They have spent a lot of effort, and they have started slowing down just a little bit. In the last round, they did seem a little shaky, a little like they were starting to crumble. The pressure is on them. Once again, that momentum that they have built up across the entire game is slowly being wrestled away from them. Valiants is doing a good job of making that happen. As the rappel will come in from Nippon, going into the armory area, we've got Hypertushi already on the main double window, the big window of sight. Something that, of course, Valiants need. They need people in important positions, and they need them to stay alive. If they don't stay alive, then they won't be able to do much about the situations that they find themselves in. And the Sage Empire knows that. That's why they want those early kills. That's when they want to throw the Valiants off before they can do anything about it. And that is why we're going to be seeing a round that is going to be very close. Grenade goes out, but unfortunately that grenade did not connect on the shield. Second one does, I believe. We did hear the sound of the shield breaking. And with that, one more piece of defensive utility has been taken care of. No, not quite. The shield is still there. That's the issue now. With the shield still there, Sage Empire still have room to work with. And if they still have room to work with, there's still a chance that they pull out the round.
Well, Valiant succeeded in opening up every single wall that they could see, and also the first frag will come in from Hypertushi, taking out Triple Ninja. But needs to be careful when he decides to get in towards the window. That's exactly where the trap has been laid. Valiants, they just need to push. They're just worried about the active deployable shield, which hasn't been destroyed yet. And as Electra comes in with the refrag, takes out Killjoy, 4v4 equalizer. Still worried about the white stairs, but it's too late. They forgot about the player from below, and that is Klings. C4 will be placed. He will fall back, whereas Hypertushi gets a double kill. Pick up the diffuser and place it someplace else, which is safe for him to go in for the plant. And now the defenders are trying to search. Klings wasted the C4, but it's not. You don't have to worry about it. Skeefy takes out Flick Shutter. The plant has been done, and Skeefy gets another one, taking out Kingslayer. And all he needs is to find one final player, Hypertushi. Will we see a clutch happen from Valiants? We've seen Kingslayer make one. Can he get the other? Triple kill from Hypertushi, and there you go, quad kill for Valiants. 2 back-to-back clutches from the attacker side, and Sage Empire is slowly losing their grasp. They're on match point. Valiants, 2 clutches, 2 post plants. Is this it for Sage Empire to be losing such a tremendous opportunity that Skeefy had? He took out both of the players. He even reduced the man count from a 3v3 to a 1v3, and still it wasn't enough. Man, first Kingslayer's ace, now Hypertushi. What's next?
I guess we'll just have to wait and find out as the round of ones itself gets underway, folks. Once again, Valiants, they are not giving up. You can see it. They now have that energy after that ace clutch from Kingslayer and the basement round. They are looking stronger and stronger. And if they manage to win just one round, just this one round, they will have taken the match entirely. What a time to take the lead, and better late than never, as there is only one round to go between either side. Valiants win this, then he will be done with the game. And if Sage Empire win this, then we will have overtime in play, folks. That is correct. We had a couple of overtime chances yesterday. There were a couple of 7-5s as the final 2 games of yesterday night. Well, the mid 2 games of yesterday night, actually, second and third. But now here, the third game is looking at a 6-5 already. Is there a 7-5 on the house? We will find out as Skiffy will be the one to take a little bit of damage, starting things off not too well for himself. Gotta be careful about that. Invalid still making that rotate inside the meeting all the way down below. He will be successful in it. As right now we have, on the other hand, Hypertushi trying to do what he can to get into the building, along with Killin, of course, as on the other side, drones come out to find where these defenders are, to find where their utilities are, and to take them out before things get sticky. As there we go. The breach, the hard breach from the Thermite is going to come in. Flickshotter has gotten that done. As armory control has also been established. Air jabs are going off. And with that, this round is getting closer and closer. Very much closer. Couple of concussions, then an impact, but unfortunately for Killjoy, Shield is still alive. Somehow, a little bit of a misclick, probably a little bit of overstretching of the aiming. Could have been for the side of the attack, but still, they have hit up Skiffy. They have ideas and general information on where these defenders are, as an attic push might be coming in. No, not quite yet. Minute 15 on the clock. Grenade goes out. Invalid just survives that. Second grenade could be coming his way. He has to be so careful about this right now. But that ADS will mean that the grenade will not go anywhere at all as well. Minute on the clock.
3 back-to-back wins. 2 clutches from Valiants. They are so close is to winning it out, and there you go. The early kill will come in from Killjoy. Electric goes down from the white stairs. Now he's waiting for the Goyo right in towards the first floor kitchen. The plant is happening from Flickshotter, and guess what? He can't even go in for the C4 plays. Nippon takes another one. This is it. This is what Valiants have been waiting for this entire time. Post plant is in. Even the attic is not going to work out. Not even the C4, because Killjoy is here taking out Klings. Just 2 more players to worry about. Triple Ninja and Skiffy. What just happened to Sage Empire in the second half? They had the match under control, and now Valiants have the upper hand, but Triple Ninja has something else to say, and so does Skiffy, taking out Hypertoshi and Flickshotter. Still need to find one more, and that is Nippon. 1v2, 16 seconds, counter defuse, right outside the window. Triple Ninja is going to succeed, and looks like he will.
Oh no, oh boy.
Uh-oh. Looks like we all know what's going to happen.
Oh, that we do, folks, that we do indeed. What a retake from the side of Sage Empire. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, are you ready to rumble? Overtime is in play. Sage Empire, the 2v4 retake. Beautifully done from the final 2 of the defense, as they will continue to be on defense on overtime. Basement Laundry and Supply Room will be the side of choice. Valiants, what happened? How did you collapse like that? And so badly, so thoroughly. Not like this, Valiants, not like this. You had it in the bag. No ace clutches this time, as round 13 is underway. Overtime on the map, folks. Sage Empire looking strong. Once again, a clutch that was much needed, desperately so, for them to keep their hopes alive. Valiants, on the other hand, once again struggling with coordination issues, with callouts. How do the final 2 just get away with kills like that? How do you let them take up your position? Somebody go to kids' dorms, watch white stairs. Somebody watch attic or the front side of armory. Maybe the breach. I understand why you need somebody on the big window. That is fine, but at least have players all over the site so that they can trade and hold crosses. Not like this, Valiants. Come on. Sage Empire took full advantage of a huge mistake from the side of the Valiants. And I know I've been critical of the Valiants here right now, but there is yet work to be done. And that is for Sage Empire. If they want to win, they still have to win 2 more rounds. If Valiants want to win, they also have to win 2 more rounds. And if Valiants also want to win, they will have to avoid these mistakes. They need to avoid mistakes like these if they want this round to go their way. Once again, if they manage to get in and get a plan going, please have your operators positioned in power play areas, choke points. All of that stuff needs to be held. Valiants just because you have control of site doesn't mean things get to go your way. Site retakes are a thing for a reason. As grenades will go out, will that find the meter? Down will come in, but they don't know that. As a Selma will come in to take care of the meter window as well. Clinks will find Kingslayer. No! The Twitch is gone. The ace clutch will no longer happen from Kingslayer. A second one, that is, as he has been taken off the board. A couple more to go. As in the meanwhile, the meter will be revived. Oh dear me, that could have been so much more for the side of Valiants, but early round shenanigans aside, Kingslayer is off the board. Big player is off the board for the Valiants as Clinks finds another one. That's a 2-tap, I think. Only a couple of bullets were fired, and Nippon is gone. There's only so little that Valiants can do right now. 2 down, 3v5, minute 10 on the clock. They are very much on the back seat. And they are definitely not looking good again. This time, I'm not entirely sure what led to those kills being taken. Oh, dear me. Hypertishi did not place that. Did not place that well as Flickshutter goes for a brave peek on the hallway between sites. But of course, you've got a deployable shield, you've got invalid, so many people and so many things there. As Killjoy goes down, that's Triple Ninja taking that one. With the SMG 11 on Blue Bunker. And now it's all down to Flickshutter and Hypertishi, the final 2 remaining. They need to do so much work, so much clearance, and yet they can only do so little as more and more time goes away from them. Triple Ninja will take a little bit of damage. Admittedly, Hypertishi does do something, but not a lot at all. As the smoke grenades come out, and Skeefy will find Flickshutter towards the main stairs side of things. Hypertishi, can he find one? Yes, he does, but that's the only one he will find, and the only thing he managed to do was to deny a flawless round from the side of Sage Empire. And folks, we have hit match point again, but that is overtime match point. Wait a minute. Well then, that happened. I guess we got disconnected from the lobby for some reason. Worry not, folks. We will reconnect as soon as possible. But what a round. What a round. You can even see, like, we were not prepared to come back to cams. Both of our feeds are a little on the blurry side. Not sure what's going on here. But, Valiants, come on. You cannot be doing this to yourself. You cannot be doing this to yourself. All those clutches, and for what? A free defuse on round 12? And then a complete collapse on round 13? What is going on, guys? That is not the Valiants we saw last week. Not even close, for that matter. Sure, they played against a big team back on day 3 of the first qualifiers. That was against Mercenaries. But they were going toe-to-toe, at least for the first half, against Mercenaries. And now they're going toe-to-toe against the side of, Sage Empire. But I'm not sure what happened, folks. I'm not sure what happened to Valiants. But we have reconnected to the lobby. Round 14 will, in fact, happen. In fact, we're already in the prep phase, the action phase, for that matter. So let's just jump right back into the game without much further ado, as we have Sage Empire on overtime match point.
Oh boy, overtime match point. Sage Empire is in it to win it. They just have to succeed the site on basement laundry and supply room. The site where Sage Empire did win against them. Just, especially on the last round, on round 6. And now the pressure is on for Valiants, who've made so much work in the second half just to give a defuse to force them on OT. And guess what? Sage Empire is in overtime match point. And talk about Triple Ninja. He needs to do his work. Either Triple Ninja or Clinks, who immediately brought that match back. They just have to do it again on basement laundry side again. Ooh, a lot of pressure, and that too, it was such the heated moment at this point. There's nothing much else to say. Man, the Mavericks breeding torches will come in to take out the freezer hatch, and the other should be focusing in towards blue bunker. Now, it shouldn't be much of a problem, but talk about the pressure that Valiants is going to be in. Already, you have Sage Empire slowly making their way, opening up hatches, taking out utilities, and now Valiants, who are very much more afraid. In fact, they even made a decision to not even go in for a roam. And guess what? The first frag will already come in the hands of Invalid. The frag grenade to take out Flick Shorter, and that's the opening for Sage Empire. That's twice the openings coming in from the on the side of Sage Empire, and they just needs to find 4 more. But we all know what exactly happened on a match like Oregon, especially on this match. We've seen countless numbers of 2v4s, 1v4s. It is not. It's too much to take.
That it could be, but only one player has gone down from the side of Valiant, so things are not all doom and gloom just yet. Flick Shutter may have gone down, but you still have Kingslayer, you still have Killjoy, you still have Hypertushi. Just keep these players alive. Make sure to not go for single peaks. Once again, I keep saying this, but that is only because it's true. Valiants have been doing this for far too long, and they need to avoid it at all costs. Hypertushi, does he see the Ana? He does, but Triple Ninja still gets away with that. Kingslayer, wait a minute, it's all the kills all on the house, but suddenly it's only Nippon left. Can he find 2? The shotgun comes out, he finds 1, but not the second. No! Skiff even team killed just to get the kill on the smoke. Are you kidding me? Oh, that would have been amazing, but unfortunately that will not be the case, folks. After one more round, well, no more rounds, Sage Empire are your winners. They will be the ones to go into round 3 of this second qualifiers. 8-6 to them. And my goodness, Valiants, how? How? I don't know. Very well played to Sage Empire. I have to give it to them. They did very well when they did. But unfortunately, Valiants gave them way too many opportunities. Way too many opportunities to just run away with the game. And at one point, it looked like Sage Empire might just actually do that the way they were going. They were, what, 5-3 up? You know, just a few rounds ago. And Valiants just about pushed ahead, took the match point lead. They had an ace clutch, a 1v2, a near flawless round, all of that. And what did that amount to? A free defuse for Skiffy in round 12. And then, hold on, we're not done. Overtime, double collapse. The first one, just why? And then the second one was, all right, in the sort of last second push, you know, everybody just sort of clumps up into side situation. That gunfight could have gone either way, I feel like, but the way Valiants were playing, I'm not surprised that it ended the way they did. And let's actually talk about that a little bit more in the highlights. This time we have a lot to go over. So let's jump into the highlights nice and quickly. And Baba, if I keep going on, I am going to lose my mind, so I'm going to hand it over to you, and do take us through the highlights.
I mean, it's just, 10 seconds to go. Man. First and foremost, I just have to apologize on what exactly happened on that previous round. I mean, the immediate disconnect. Oh, that actually threw me off so bad, but yeah, match highlights. Yes, first half, very strong from Sage Empire, a very strong start in the first 3 rounds. And then the other 3 rounds where Valiants decided to not go in from second floor cage dorms was a good decision from them. Going from first floor meeting and kitchen and then kitchen to dining was the only way where Valiants could have made that equalizer. Because if they went back to second floor kids dorms, then chances are Sage Empire would have just had the huge lead 4-2 then and there itself. So yeah, Valiants. Second half. 3 successful wins. 2 clutches. 1 from Hypertushi and 1 the ace from Kingslayer. They almost had the win in their grasp. And what happened after that? a 2v4 situation in which Skiffy and Clinks were the only two players left on the side of Sage Empire, and somehow they lost it. They gave Sage Empire the opportunity for overtime. At this point, jeez, so close. I would say it was so close for Valiants, and it's just, man, there's nothing much more else to say. And talk about Skiffy, man. Damn. A 2v4 clutch, forcing them on overtime, and then in the end, it just immediately collapsed. Like, I don't even know what to say here. Like, in the end, immediately collapsed. There's only one player left, the Mute, who was apparently in the supply room, almost about to go in for the clutch. And then Skiffy was there for the rescue by TKing one player and also getting the other player in the end. And there you have it. Sage Empire winning against Valiants on overtime. And we will see them in the next day of second qualifiers. I mean, great job. Good job from Sage Empire. I'm not going to lie. And talk about Valiants. You guys did so well just to get defeated in the hands of Sage Empire. That is a lot to take at this point. Man. For now, again, we still have one more match to go, ladies and gentlemen. As with Sage Empire and Team Valiants match coming to an end, we will proceed to the next match, and that would be Sunset Ninjas going up against Ascent Esports. But for that, we're going to take a short break, and we'll be right back after this. Don't go anywhere.
The partnership with AMD has been great. In Far Cry 6, the team has built the most ambitious open world in franchise history, filled with lush tropical environments and decaying urban landscapes. To push the visual fidelity of our game and immersive gaming experience, we've been collaborating with AMD to implement next-gen rendering techniques like DirectX ray tracing and AMD Fidelity Effects features. When implementing these next-gen features, we were challenged because we want the majority of players to have an enjoyable, smooth experience without having to turn their settings down. Using upscaling technology like AMD Fidelity Effects Super Resolution helps us address this problem because it means more players can enjoy Far Cry 6 with their graphic settings cranked up and without compromising frame rate. FSR is a cutting-edge spatial upscaling solution. It's easy to integrate into our development pipeline, and it delivers substantial performance boost while retaining excellent image quality on the highest quality setting. Additionally, we believe AMD's GPU Open and the support for open standards and platforms drive innovation forward. We can't wait until October 7th when players will finally get the chance to see all the hard work we've put into Far Cry 6. It's very exciting that we're getting closer to showcasing to players the game, powered by the latest AMD technologies. The partnership with AMD has been great. In Far Cry 6, the team has built the most ambitious open world in franchise history, filled with lush tropical environments and decaying urban landscapes. To push the visual fidelity of our game and immersive gaming experience, we've been collaborating with AMD to implement next-gen rendering techniques like DirectX ray tracing and AMD Fidelity Effects features. When implementing these next-gen features, we were challenged because we want the majority of players to have an enjoyable, smooth experience without having to turn their settings down. Using upscaling technology like AMD Fidelity Effects Super Resolution helps us address this problem because it means more players can enjoy Far Cry 6 with their graphic settings cranked up and without compromising frame rate. FSR is a cutting-edge spatial upscaling solution. It's easy to integrate into our development pipeline, and it delivers substantial performance boost while retaining excellent image quality on the highest quality setting. Additionally, we believe AMD's GPU Open and the support for open standards and platforms drive innovation forward. We can't wait until October 7th when players will finally get the chance to see all the hard work we've put into Far Cry 6. It's very exciting that we're getting closer to showcasing to players the game, powered by the latest AMD technologies.
Alrighty then, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the AMD the Esports Club Challenger Series 1 Qualifier 2. Here at the Esports Club with your hosts Blackjack and Babagusta for Rainbow Six Siege. We are back once again, and very quickly at that too, for the final game of the night. And that is going to be Ascent Esports versus Sunset Ninjas on the map of Villa. That's right, we're finally getting some Villa action going on up here, and I am definitely one to be excited for that. Villa always leads to some great plays, if you will, and we're just waiting on Sunset Ninjas to get their fifth into the lobby nice and quickly. Do forgive me about that, the wire was in the way, as it should be an exciting game. Now, a quick recap about the games that we have just had, folks. We just came from a fantastic 8-6 game between the sides of Sage Empire and Team Valiants. That is correct, 8-6 in favor of Sage Empire. They beat out the Valiants, and a beautiful one at that. If you want to check that match out, just wait for the stream to end, rewind, and watch it on Oregon. Match number 3 for all of our viewers at home. Match number 2, Gamer Syndicate versus Slum Boys is 7-0 to GS, and match number 1, Clickbait to Alchemist is 7-0 to Team Clickbait. If you're wondering why I had to speed through the last few, that's because we have confirmation that the match itself is going live, and we are going to be going live with that match as well. That is correct. Let us head on to the match right now, for that matter. For all of our viewers at home, let's get right in there for the ban phase. Going live on your screens right now. Sunset Ninjas are on defense. Ascent Esports are on attack. And interestingly enough, we've had a couple of disconnects as soon as the match itself began. Lefty has just returned, but Super Hercules, the name you just saw pop up, got disconnected. Hopefully he can return as well. As in the meanwhile, Sunset Ninjas will have banned Thatcher, and Ascent Esports on the other side will be banning the second attacker of this match. That is going to be Jackal, standard bans, and they want to keep the Nomad, as Super Hercules has in fact returned as well. So no harm, no foul, no pauses being taken. And in the meanwhile, the first defender of this match will be banned here and now. Who's it going to be? We will find out as the seconds tick down. It is the Valkyrie. Once again, Valkyrie ban is very standard. Once again, there's a reason we call these bans standard, folks. And that is simply because Thatcher, extremely useful for attackers. All kinds of utility can be disabled / taken out with him. Breaches can be opened. Soft breaches can be made. Areas, entire rooms can be opened up just by one EMP alone. Jackal, extremely good at finding roamers, but more so is, just the default ban. When you want to keep Nomad in play, when you want to keep Flores in play, that's why Ascent Esports probably banned the Jackal. Valkyrie, huge information potential, huge killing potential, huge everything from those black eye cameras. And then of course you have the Mira, area denial, and C4, and that powerful vector. I mean, you name it, she has all the reasons to get banned. Also because, Sunset Ninjas might want Wamai Jaeger and Melusi in play, along with Kaid, who gets banned every now and again. And with all that being said, the bans have been taken care of. So let's look at both the rosters that are in the lobby for us today. From the side of Ascent Esports, we've got Hanster, Kilgrave, Fast Track, Nebula, and Elizabeth. And from the side of Sunset Ninjas, we've got Zane, Montrosky, Shaitan, Lefty, and Super Hercules. A couple of big brain, one big brain six pick right there from Elizabeth, out of the sledge into the sledge, and the other one into the Aruni out of the Legion from Lefty. And with all that being said, round one is underway on the side of second floor Aviator and Games Room, where I've kept the man for long enough. Baba Gusta, take it away.
Thank you for that, Jack. And with it, we will proceed to match number 4. Ascent Esports versus Sunset Ninjas. Matt Willa. Site, second floor, Aviator, and Games Room. These two teams will fight off. And only one will get the chance to proceed to the next phase of Day 3 second qualifiers. It's a lot for these two players who've been, who are in a round of 32s. Now, they're in round of 16s.
Attackers are heading out.
Will be a bit difficult for them. Who knows? One might prosper and one might not. We're about to find out in the action phase itself. With the attacker spawned in towards the fountain side, I believe the control would be in towards statuary and trophy room, and then they will slowly make their way from landing and open up the wall. Pretty simple as that. There's nothing much more else to say at this point. The only thing that they have to worry about would be the Kite's Electro Claws. They have to remove it either via the Zophia's impacts or concussions. If there is an ADS on their way, they have to worry about one more player. And looks like Nebula goes down in the hands of Zane. A quick drop. And now he'll fall back in towards landing zone just like that. There you go. Early kill in favor of Sunset Ninjas, and Zane decides to go for a peek once again into a statuary room. And he's still holding the push from Ascent Esports, forcing the attackers to drone out their exact locations. Looks like Zane wants to continue the aggression. A lot of pre-fires. He's a bit worried that there might be one of the attackers right from the window side of Trophy, while the other players from Sunset Ninjas are watching their backs. Not good for Ascent Esports to be losing Nebula. Now they need to figure out a way to get one more kill, and I believe that's going to happen anytime soon. Shaitan dealt with some minor damage, but will fall back from the pantry stairs and slowly make his way in towards the side. Maybe, maybe not. But talking about the first round, the control from Ascent will slowly begin. Now, the 90s control and the Jaeger being caught out from Elizabeth. Beautiful shot, though, to take out Zane. Now they just have to focus on the Aruni, who is still holding the 90s angle. If they eliminate one minor problem, then that means Ascent Esports will be free to push in towards the side.
That they will be. There is definitely still a little bit of work to be done, and that will be the grenade coming in from Kilgrave. Definitely dug the grave right there for Lefty, as he himself has to take a little bit of damage from the gas canister of the smoke that came his way. And Trusky, in the meanwhile, is here for the site defense. So smoke babes are going to be flying all over the place as Shaitan is relocating to just below where the attackers are. But Elizabeth comes in with one more. The sledge will find Hercules. That's another one off the board. Shaitan, there we go. C4 comes in but will not work. Grenade is being cooked. Used. That will be vault not opened up, actually, and I think it's very fortunate that Summer Breach did not end up on the vault wall, because that would have been electrified and taken care of. No, there we go. Another wall has to be opened up instead, and that is the wall into the site itself. 10 seconds on the clock as Kilgrave's gonna go down. That's Shaitan with one, but Shaitan has been downed. It's all up to the smoke. Montrosky, last one standing. Can he get one? Shotguns out. He does. That is the one with the diffuser. Wait a minute. 2 seconds on the clock. Can they find him? No, they can't. The time runs out. Ascent Esports, no! The ace could have gone around. There was just about enough time, probably. We're not sure. But it was definitely better than trying to go for the final kill with diffuser in hand. Somebody needed to cover. Where was the cover for the diffuser carrier? Ascent could have done a little bit better. Sunset Ninjas holding on by the skin of their teeth. Montrosky, all he needed was one kill, and boy howdy did he get it at the right time. Round one goes to Sunset Ninjas. They shift to Trophy Statuary for round two.
huge blow from Ascent. And Sunset Ninjas will gladly get the
Attackers need
win
to locate and
on
defuse
second
bombs.
floor AVG. Ascent Esports, they had everything. They had everything planned out. Elizabeth had more than 2 to 3 kills, one with the grenade to flush out the Aruni. But the ace, however, Hanster, oh boy, not a good way for Ascent to lose that round. Not a good way. And Sunset Ninja so close. No matter how many man count
10
did they
seconds to
lose,
insertion.
all they had to do was just waste time and have the
Seconds to
diffuser in
go.
their hand, and they succeeded. There's nothing much more else to
Attackers are
say
moving
about
out to
that
locate
specific
a bomb
round.
and defuse it.
And hopefully they don't make the same mistake twice in the second round, being the side trophy and statuary room. This time they'll make a decision to push in towards the ruined side. Except Fast Track. Yeah, except Fast Track, who will slowly make his way in towards the fountain side. Even has the air jabs. Maybe place it in a way that the defenders won't have an immediate control in towards master bedroom. Although the angle being made there from the statuary wall, which can be able to hold an angle right in towards the windows side of court, is particularly the angle that the attackers need to be careful of. But since that's not going to work out because the attackers are slowly making their way, getting the control on towards reading room, and the diffuser still in the hands of Hanster, it's a bit of a problematic to see what's going to happen next. Elizabeth again with the grenade to try to flush out some of the attackers, and oh boy, and accidentally takes out Killgrave.
dear.
Oh dear, oh no. Oh, so many errors as Zane gets another one, taking out Hanster. Oh my goodness, not a good way for Ascent to be making so many mistakes, especially in the early rounds. Push comes in from Shaitan, but Nebula is here.
Attackers have
Take
recovered
out
the
the
diffuser.
Mozzie. 3v4. Elizabeth definitely needs to push in towards the side. And also, man, I just feel bad for Ascent Esports at this time. So many mistakes, but yet they still have a chance to recover. All they have to do is to just take out Zane, who's going to lean towards the astronomy stairs, and so does Lefty, who just realized that the attackers, all of the attackers, are pushing in towards the ruins, actually right from the landing zone. Replaces deployable shield in a way that the defenders can have much more cover on. Lefty, again, waiting for the attackers to make their move. They're pushing in towards trophy. The pre-fire will come in. Unfortunately, it won't work out. Again, Elizabeth providing so much problems, but that grenade will get caught out from the Vomai's magnet nades. There you go. The probable shield will be safe for now, knowing that you have a lot of utilities to worry about. The attackers have no other choice to push in, but Elizabeth, good job to take out Super Hercules right from the red stairs, and Fast Track slowly making his way, but that's not a good idea. Lefty comes in, 2 kills to take out Fast Track and Elizabeth. And with that, we will see Sunset Ninjas win yet another defensive round on second floor trophy and statuary room. Ascent Esports, man, although I would say the push was good from them, it's just that they're just making countless numbers of mistakes at this point. The first round where Hanster had the diffuser in hand, he would have gone in for the plant right in towards the games room, but instead he decided to go in for the frag. And I had absolutely zero idea on where exactly the players on the side of Ascent Esports were. I mean, one were on reading room, one was on landing, and then we saw Ace, who just got 1 kill. He could have just pushed in towards the vault, maybe go in for the plant, but unfortunately it did not. The diffuser was down, and we saw Sunset Ninjas win actually 2 defensive rounds. The previous round in which Ascent Esports had a lot of problems dealing with, especially Elizabeth, accidentally dealing damage to his own teammate, the Iana, who was at the main stairs. And then poor Iana got caught off from the Jaeger in 90s hallway. It's just, whoo boy. I'm just hoping that Ascent Esports just, take their time, calm down, and then since you have a lot of time to rethink, since the pause timer has been given on the side of Sunset Ninjas, they can maybe try to understand what mistakes that they've made, progress forward, make sure you have cool, calm, collected mind, and everything will be fine. I'm just worried that if Ascent keeps making these mistakes countless number of times, Sunset Ninjas will use that as an opportunity and just keep destroying them over and over again.
I mean, that is definitely bound to happen. I mean, we saw that with the previous game. Valiants didn't exactly have the best game in the world. They tried, they gave it their all, and they were looking good more often than not, but unfortunately not good enough, if you will. And on the other side here now, I'm I liked round one from Ascent Esports. I actually did. Their aviator take was pretty good, and they were maintaining a lead, especially when things really got going. Uh, they were doing pretty well, all things considered. But that one tiny issue just unfortunately took them out of the round consideration. And sure, Hanser could have forgotten in the heat of the moment that he was the diffuser carrier, maybe, but it is what it is, as they say. And round two, however, much cleaner from Sunset Ninjas. Definitely much cleaner, much better held overall, and far messier from the side of Ascent. I think Ascent Esports were relying on that round one to give themselves a confidence to win their rounds, right? That confidence they need because they're going up against a team that, while admittedly isn't, up there kind of, they've been around for a while. These players have been around for a while and they play pretty good Siege, especially at the competitive level. So they will probably be a little nervous. They're also on stream. Maybe that's a factor, maybe not. I'm not entirely sure. But Ascent Esports definitely a lot messier, a little less confident, I felt, in round two. Now that can change. They have the time that this pause timer is allowing them to take to talk about the issues that they were having, to, just discuss between themselves why and what went wrong and how to fix that going forward. As in the meanwhile, I believe, Super Hercules has in fact returned and he's gone. All right then. Looks like somebody is having quite the few issues because just now Zane updated our admin about what happened to Super Hercules. It was a PC crash, which already isn't a good sign. Let's be real here. PC crashes are never a good sign. But then he came back to the lobby. Everything was just about to start, and he was out again. Maybe it's a game crash this time. Who knows? And then maybe an internet crash. I'm joking. But there we go. He's back. So maybe it was just a temporary net outage. Could have been. Happens to me all the time. So I can't really blame him for that. There we go. He has joined back in. He's got the Ella again. Twice now he was random given Ella for some reason. But he has 6 picked out into the Kaid. The timer will be resumed. Both sides are ready. So let us head back into the match right here, right now, folks. That is correct. The pause timer has been unpaused, and let us resume with round number 3 as Sunset Ninjas are 2-0 up, going to first floor dining room and kitchen.
Round 3, first floor kitchen and dining.
To locate and
Will be the
defuse as many
site for
bombs
Ascent
as they can.
Esports to attack. And currently, we will see Sunset Ninjas be in the lead 2-0. Optics from the defender side, we have Shaitan with the cardiac sensors, Montrosky with the mute jammers, Super Hercules, which is 6-picked off from the Ella to the Kaid. The help of the Electro Claws to try to electrify the reinforced walls to deny the breaches, the hard breaches to happen in laundry, maybe in towards statuary room, will prove to be effective on the defensive side. Same thing can be said to the attackers though. If they find,
5 seconds to insert.
if they do find the Electro Claws, then it shouldn't be much of a problem for them to open up the walls. It's just that they have to worry about the roamers. Super Hercules was actually thinking of going for a spawn peek right outside, actually right towards the landing window, to get one of the players who are spawned in towards Fountain. For now, they will be safe. Although the same thing cannot be said to Nebula though, because he is slowly making his way to open up the memorial window, maybe get an access from laundry entrance. That's basically how the push happens at the attack side. You see 2 of the players to gain vertical lines of sight with the help of Sledge, and also maybe Ace if they have a hard breach, if you do require a hard breach to open up the statuary wall. And now it's just the waiting game for the attackers to make their play. Now Zane is, interesting enough, Zane is currently in main stairs, doing his roam duties. But talk about the way how Ascent Esports has been pushing, talking about Ascent Esports push, they are, fully fledged on getting to the control on second floor master bedroom. No pushes in red stairs. Elizabeth sees the leg of one of the players. I believe that was Montrosky. He will miss the shot nonetheless. C4s come in, but I believe that was too far too late. Sees the head of the Iana, can get the shot. There you go. Super Hercules with the first frag. Take out Killgrave. Now he needs to find 4 more. Fast track will use the air jabs to place it in a specific spot where the roamers would not think twice about pushing into a saturated room. But guess what? It is too late, and it is none other than Zane to get the confirmation, only to get taken out in the hands of Elizabeth. Another C4 pre-placed. Now they are waiting for the attackers to push in towards bathroom. That specific place is such a dangerous site for, dangerous place for the attackers though. And I believe Hanster will be the one who will get caught from the blast. Yes, no, actually no, we don't see a detonation coming in from the C4. So for now, he will be safe, but for how long? There you go, one C4 being detonated from second floor statuary room, but it won't work nonetheless. Another pre-placed C4 is still in. Just waiting for the confirmation as Shaitan is a bit worried, sees the head of the ace, but didn't get the confirmation though. Talk about time, it's just 40 seconds. Ascent Esports have lost 2 players. And Sunset Ninja, only Zane, the roamer, who just got caught off from the landing zone to take out the Nomad. And now they have to push. And that push will get denied in the hands of Montrosky's SMG-11 to take out Nebula. And now it just leads to 2 more players. Hanster, again, slowly making his way from the memorial window. And Elizabeth, she is the only one who can make those important plays, but no, Montrosky is here providing troubles for Ascent Esports. He will take out 1 more. Whether Elizabeth will be the last man standing. Pre-fast come in from Hercules, and there you have it. Another win from Sunset Ninjas as they will win first floor dining and kitchen. Although I do have to say Ascent Esports were very quick on opening up the floorboards of second floor master bedroom and even on statuary and trophy. It's just that they forgot about the flank watchers, especially from the Jaeger. Zane was at the main stairs. He slowly made his way from the 90s hallway. He saw the head of the Nomad. He clicked on it. He even had the confirmation, but an immediate refrag did come in the hands of Elizabeth, denying the flank. But when they approached towards the side, it was too late. They didn't get much kills from the vertical lines of sight, and they were forced to enter in towards the building, in which they started to get eliminated over and over. I wouldn't say over and over. It's just that they were pushing in one at a time.
Attackers
If
need
they
to
pushed
locate
in
and
at a
defuse as many
coordinative
bombs as they
pace,
can.
I would have say that Ascent might have got the control on towards the side, forced them to go in post plan, but unfortunately they just got picked off, one at a time, and this might trouble Ascent Esports if they keep doing this mistake. Although there is still hope for them on second floor AVG, so we're about to find that out in round 4.
That we are indeed, as Aviator Games Room, of course, ever reliable as a site for the defenders, and with Sunset Ninjas having completed pretty much a round lap of wins on a Villa so far, round wins
5
that
seconds
is.
to go.
They will be looking to continue that. Wait a minute, Shaitan, we saw him pause for just a second there. Hope he's all right. As we'll be continuing into the action phase nice and quickly. Seems like he is. He's still present in the lobby. So no issues right there. And unfortunately, even if, he had disconnected, the Rios call would have unfortunately come in during the action phase. So yeah, they wouldn't have had the Rios, which would have had Sunset Ninjas, playing on a 5v4. Not a good thing to have. I think anybody who's played a 4v5 in Rainbow Six will tell you it is not a good way to play this game. This game is meant for full 5v5 coordinated team play, and that is why Pro League and pro play of Rainbow Six is so beautiful to watch, because you get to see the efforts of practice, coordination, a little bit of strategic planning and all of that stuff. But at a minute, Super Hercules is a brazen peak right now, because of course there are folks not only on the other balcony, but this is the site, and he would have been taken care of had there been anyone on the balcony, the veranda of study right then and there. He would have gone down probably, But he didn't, of course, because there isn't anyone there. The entire push is from the statuary side. And a beautiful shot from Elizabeth will start things off. Zane will fall. Now, reminder for all of our folks at home, this site that they are coming to as a C4 from Shaitan will find Elizabeth. The trade comes in, and that is going to equalize it to 4v4. This site, Aviator Games, was the weakest one from Sunset Ninjas in the first 3 rounds. Round 1 just barely went Sunset Ninjas' way, so they will have to be extra careful here. And now, as Lefty is being pressured here in the 90 hallway.
The early kill with Zane taken care of. Grenade will be thrown out from Killgrave, won't get caught nonetheless. The information will be gathered via the default camps, and now it's been destroyed. Now Killgrave shouldn't have any problems to take out the Melusi's Banshee deterrent, and Hanster needs to worry about opening up the walls into one spot. Shouldn't be much of a problem, but he needs to be worried about the Kaid, who's been dealing with some major damage running towards 90's hallway, and Lefty. Actually, not the Kaid, it is the Wamai, but we will see Super Hercules take out Nebula, only to get refragged in the hands of Fast Track. A 3v3 equalizer where Sunset Ninjas has a lot of problems in second floor ABG. No problems on Trophy and Statuary Room, no problems on first floor Kitchen and Dining, as the Ace head in immediately and gets the kill finally to take out Lefty. A 3v2. Sunset Ninjas is in big trouble as Killgrave and the Nomad gives away his position, and Shaitan will gladly take those 4 kills. Shaitan will give the win for Sunset Ninjas 4-0. 4-0. Just by the Melusi's Banshee and giving them the information saying that the execute is already in. And she just absolutely destroyed Ascent Esports execute. And with it, we will see Sunset Ninjas in a very huge lead, 4-0, as we proceed to round 5. Ascent Esports is definitely not looking good.
That they are not, for that matter. Sunset Ninjas, unfortunately, have, unfortunately for Ascent Esports, that is, they simply have too much control of this match right now. They are firmly in the driver's seat, and do forgive the do forgive the weird way of starting that sentence, folks. I was just busy drinking some water. That's why I was a little out of breath. I didn't have time to catch mine. But regardless, Sunset Ninjas are firmly in the driver's seat. Ascent Esports, they will need to try and get off the back foot right now, get that front foot down, get that bat swinging, and get that ball over the boundary line. That's a cricket reference for all of our viewers at home who may not know. I used to play this sport quite a lot, actually. Nearly 9 years. Unbelievable, I know. At this day and age, yeah, unbelievable. But that was a long time ago. Let's not get into that right now. This ain't a history lesson. This is a Rainbow Six Esports game. Right now, round 5 will hit action phase. What we're seeing here from the side of Sunset Ninjas is the standard setup for the most part. You know, you have the lines of sight made, footholds made into the closet area. I'm not sure if they also made a rotate into bedroom. They may have, or it could be a line of sight. If that is the case, then that will of course add to the potency of holding bedroom, but it's also kind of a double-edged sword, because if it's not held well, then Ascent Esports, excuse me, will be the ones to take full advantage of that line of sight. Now, that of course all depends on whether or not that has actually been made, as Nebula is going to come in, use the shots to deter any defenders approaching aggressively on the study door. But not much is going to come off of that, you know, since that stun is also used as just a little bit of a, how should I put this? Just a little bit of a information gathering device, because you always want to know, and since that thing is proximity based, you know, it will give the player information on where the operator is that they might be hunting for, as Elizabeth in the meanwhile is going to take care of something, but no, Lefty's going to come and find Nebula in the meanwhile. One up, down, and Ascent Esports, unfortunately, not ascending. Just yet, shots fired. Shaitan expecting a crouch peek, didn't quite catch the head of the sledge who was standing right now. But he's gonna peek back and gonna go down. That is the Nomad coming in. Excuse me, that is the Iana coming in. Killgrave from below will take down Shaitan. A trade, a soul for a soul. But another soul is going to be down in the meanwhile. Super Hercules was down below. When did he get here? Doesn't matter. Killgrave comes in and finishes off the Kaid. Minute 15 on the clock as Zane will find one. That is Hanser off the board. Now, with that trade coming in, it's 3v3. Sunset Ninjas are definitely a little shakier than the last couple of rounds this time, and that's because they're losing bodies in unfortunate situations. They will need to avoid that as the Gemini Replicator goes in. Information is king, and Lefty will find one. That is Elizabeth gone. That is your, that is your sledge off the board. Killgrave and Fast Track, the last two standing. How much can they do here? Zane, is the Jaeger aware of the fact that there's a grenade coming? But no, that grenade goes to Lefty and will not kill him either, unfortunately. Zane's shots also miss on the Iana. Fast Track can't really push in and is going to get taken down from Lefty. And that will leave Killgrave all alone. Last one on the entry to Fox doorway and is going to get taken down as well to Zane. Sunset Ninjas, they lost the plot temporarily but managed to bring it back, and when they did, Ascent Esports unfortunately did not have any answers. Ascent Esports not standing up to their name right now. They are descending farther and farther into the figurative darkness of the barrel as Sunset Ninjas continue to take rounds. 5-0 going into round 6.
Ooh, 5-0. Amazing performance from Lefty, and also the same thing can be said to Ascent Esports. Elizabeth, great way of getting those early kills. And talk about their flank watch. That flank watch is exceptional. It's just that when they get most of those frags, they start. I mean, the early frag is what I'm afraid of, especially from Ascent Esports. The site on second floor ABG in round 4 was very quick, and they even had almost around like a minute and 20 seconds. It's just that the execution phase where Sunset Ninjas is so powerful. The C4s, the information being gathered with the Melusi's Banshee deterrence, and all three players. It could have worked out if they were in a different position rather than all three players entering in towards the building. But still, great effort from Ascent Esports. They're trying their best. Not gonna lie, they are trying their best. Even in the previous round, you see how well they were, coordinating their pushes. You see two of the players, holding an angle for trophy, the other two holding in landing, Elizabeth holding the flank watches, in which they did take out Super Hercules. In fact, they even succeeded in destroying the deployable shield, in which exactly where Lefty was. It's just that the Wamai only had to focus on one particular angle rather than focusing on multiple angles. Maybe, the windows of second floor master bedroom. You could use it kind of like a distraction. Opening up windows, or opening up the barricade should be more than enough to distract the Wamai into thinking that, look, there might be some attacker here right behind the statuary entrance, so I shouldn't open up my angles much. That you should try to confuse Lefty into thinking that there are multiple angles that you should need to be careful of, and they did not. And Sunset Ninjas easily realized that Ascent Esports is making one progressive push rather than making split pushes, and they are taking this into consideration. They understand now how Ascent Esports operates, and now they need to adapt to it. Ascent Esports needs to adapt, or else Sunset Ninjas will take every single opportunity, and they'll make sure that they would convert those opportunities into wins. Talking about the match in hand, we will see the Flores RCE Rateros being in used. Maybe will be used to make some lines of sight or try to take out some utilities in towards the side. Shouldn't be much of a problem. The only problem is that Ascent Esports are still trying to use that vertical lines of sight, and they will get one, taking out Super Hercules this time. The Kaid won't be available with the C4, and neither does Hanster on the hands of Lefty. Again, good equalizer coming in from Sunset Ninjas. Good early picks coming in from Ascent. And it is too late because Lefty is here to give nightmares for Ascent Esports as they get 2 kills right from below. And talk about time, is just 1 minute. And Ascent Esports, they did succeeded in making vertical lines of sight, but it's still favoring the side of Sunset Ninjas. But for now, as Nebula comes in to take out Shaitan, a 3v3 equalizer, and now they just have to push in towards Laundry. This will happen. And Fast Track, see, this is exactly what Ascent needs to do. They have to make distractions. They need Sunset Ninjas to worry about multiple angles, and there you go. Fast Track comes in, takes out Zane, not only to get refragged in the hands of Monstrosity SMG-11, and Lefty comes in with a triple yet again to take out Fast Track. One more! And there goes Killgrave. And with it, we will see Sunset Ninjas flawless first half, 6-0. Match point is in for them. And for Ascent Esports, a good attempt in their attack phase, but unfortunately it wasn't enough because Lefty is here providing wins for Sunset Ninjas.
That is definitely the case. Lefty took that round away from Ascent so quickly and gave it to Sunset Ninjas once again. Ascent Esports again. They made good headway. The verticality was pretty decent. And overall, they were slowly starting to take the lead, but unfortunately, again, Lefty came in and showed them what's good. And that is not to say that they couldn't have won it. They definitely could. Unfortunately, the way Lefty played that round, it left them very little wiggle room. And as we saw, Ascent Esports lost another round. And now, match point to Sunset Ninjas as they are 6-0 up. And Ascent Esports are one round away from being eliminated into the second round. Eliminated out of this second round of the second qualifiers here at the Challenger Series. As Sunset Ninjas very well played today, all things considered. Some rounds were definitely a little iffy for them, and Ascent could have probably taken it if they had just played a little bit more carefully, maybe a little bit. Some things maybe needed to change, maybe a little bit more aggression, maybe a little bit less on certain ones, and a little bit overall coordination being increased better, however the word goes. That would definitely be beautiful for them. But other than that, they are a decent team. Again, it's just a case of practice, 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 and you will see the results yourself. As, oh dear, Shaitan, I hope he's just having an episode. Yeah, there we go. It was just a minor episode of the Moonwalks, folks. Don't worry, he is just fine. As Shaitan will be continuing his play, continuing their play in this round. As in the meanwhile, drones are coming out from the side of Sunset Ninjas. They now want all the information possible as all the drones are going to come in. Rotero drones, regular drones, the Echo drones from the defense. It's all drones. As, oh. I don't think Lefty realized that I don't think you can quite shoot through that. The drone can go through, but I don't think somebody can shoot through that drone hole the same way that everybody else can. Either they can or they can't. I haven't actually, used that drone hole for myself. I don't normally, so I can't necessarily tell from experience. But here we have Zane with the RC Rotero forcing one person that probably is the smoke out of the closet, but still Hanser is safe. He is sticking around in there. It is so hard to get him out right now. A second Rotero, a grenade. Everything is coming in, and Lefty's grenade will find him. Hanser is down, but that much utility being used for one player. Is that going to leave the rest of the team with enough? The air jabs are still there, mind you. 2 more Ash Breach charges are also available, and I believe Zane should have 1 more of the RCE Rotero drones at a bare minimum. So things could still look good for the side of Sunset Ninjas. They still could have enough utility. The Gone 6 from Iana can also be brought into play. Ascent Esports, they have lost their smoke, but they still have 4 more players to try and win this out. As Hercules is going to have the wall be opened right in front of him, looked away from the door of Stature at just the wrong time, or the right time, depending on which side you're supporting. Lefty jumps into the bathroom, through towards, no, not into the bathroom, actually. He's just holding the astronomy angle alongside Super Hercules right now. Shots are being fired all over the place towards them, but Nebula's going to be down and taken care of. That is by the Ash, and now it's all down to the final few. The final 2, Fast Track and Killgrave, as one finds them. Diana, that is, but no, it won't be enough, not nearly. As Ascent Esports will unfortunately descend down to a 0-7 loss. Sunset Ninjas, beautifully played, beautifully coordinated, and they will be your winners here for the final match of the night, folks. Sunset Ninjas have taken this final game in the second qualifiers of the Esports, the AMD, the Esports Club Challenger Series 1, Qualifier 2, Day 2, and they will go forward into round 3. That is tomorrow indeed. And with all that being said, beautiful stuff from the side of Sunset Ninjas. A great attempt from the side of they're from the side of Ascent Esports, but it unfortunately was not enough. Again, there are glimpses of a good team in there, but like I've talked about with Alchemist, they are going to need practice, 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 and practice to get better. They are, they've got what it takes. I can see that potential, but again, they need to improve, and to improve is to get better by practicing. And of course, you know how the saying goes from there. Continue the effort, and you guys will see that effort shine in no time at all. Good attempt, folks. Good attempt indeed. But Ascent Esports, we hope to see you back in Challenger Series 2. As for Sunset Ninjas, congratulations. Big ups on getting through to the next round. And we will talk about that and a little bit more about this match in the highlights going live on your screens right now, in fact. So, Baba Gusta, do take us through them.
Well, to start it off, I'd say that Ascent Esports was off to a good start on attack. They were good in coordination. The push was perfect. The grenade was absolutely amazing from Elizabeth. It's just that there were so many mistakes being made at the execution phase. The early phase, Ascent Esports absolutely rocked it. They immediately knew what was happening. They knew what kind of flanks that the defenders might look at. It's just that when they decided to go in for the execute, Lefty was the main reason why Ascent Esports couldn't push in towards Statuary Room in the first place, and that happened twice to them. Two times that Sunset Ninjas, not only just succeeded two of those sites, two of those wins on second floor trophy and Statuary Room, they have won every single defending round. And Ascent Esports, although they are good on the early phase and from early to mid, it's just that the execute phase where they have to deal with numerous amount of the denials. The deployable shield from Statuary Room, we don't see any split pushes coming in, neither on both of those sites. The only place where we saw a split push was on first floor kids, actually, yeah, from first floor kitchen and dining room. It's exactly in round 6 where we did get to witness it. That was the only round where I saw Ascent Esports going in for a split push, and that's the only round that Ascent Esports decided to almost had that win on their grass. But unfortunately, we all know that Lefty was there. 4 kills for him, and he made sure that he would get a flawless win, 7-0 against Ascent Esports. Yeah, what an amazing plays there from Lefty. And we'll be able to see Sunset Ninjas in the next day of second qualifiers. And with it, that's the end of all the 4 matches, ladies and gentlemen. So a bit of a recap on what exactly happened between all these 4 matches. Clickbait versus Alchemist, map coastline 7-0 in the favor of Team Clickbait. Second match, Gamer Syndicate versus Slumboy, 7-0 on map Oregon. Third map, Sage Empire versus Team Valiants, 8-6 on Oregon in favor of Sage Empire. And last but not the least, Ascent Esports versus Sunset Ninjas, 7-0 in favor of the defenders. Sunset Ninjas, of course, will be able to see Sunset Ninjas, Sage Empire, Gamer Syndicate, and Team Clickbait proceed to the next phase of day 3 of qualifiers 2. In this third day, the next day, we'll be able to see 4 teams who will get the spot on the quarterfinals. Who's it going to be? Jack, what are your thoughts?
Well, to be fair, amidst the amidst the number of teams that are going through tomorrow, it will be kind of hard to really say. I feel like Valiants could have had a chance had they played a little better today, but given the performance, I feel like Sage Empire might actually be able to go through if they perform similarly or better even. Because as we saw in the chat, they were in the chat once the match ended. They were like, okay, we could have done better. There's all of that standard stuff. So if they do mean that if they could have done better, well, then they will need to tomorrow because the fighting, the overall match intensity will be huge. But of course, we will find out which 4 will join the first 4 and make up the 8 quarterfinalists in the finals week of this tournament. But that, of course, will be tomorrow, folks. Do not forget, tomorrow we have 4 more matches coming to your screens, perhaps a little earlier than expected as well. there will be an announcement going up on social media before that. Until then, that has been it for myself, Blackjack, my co-host Baba Gusta, our producer, and our admins here at the Esports Club for the AMD the Esports Club Challenge Series 1 Qualifier 2, and we will see you all tomorrow with 4 more games. Stay tuned, and good night.
The partnership with AMD has been great. In Far Cry 6, the team has built the most ambitious open world in franchise history, filled with lush tropical environments and decaying urban landscapes. To push the visual fidelity of our game and immersive gaming experience, we've been collaborating with AMD to implement next-gen rendering techniques like DirectX ray tracing and AMD Fidelity Effects features. When implementing these next-gen features, we were challenged because we want the majority of players to have an enjoyable, smooth experience without having to turn their settings down. Using upscaling technology like AMD Fidelity Effects Super Resolution helps us address this problem because it means more players can enjoy Far Cry 6 with their graphic settings cranked up and without compromising frame rate. FSR is a cutting-edge spatial upscaling solution. It's easy to integrate into our development pipeline, and it delivers substantial performance boost while retaining excellent image quality on the highest quality setting. Additionally, we believe AMD's GPU Open and the support for open standards and platforms drive innovation forward. We can't wait until October 7th when players will finally get the chance to see all the hard work we've put into Far Cry 6. It's very exciting that we're getting closer to showcasing to players the game, powered by the latest AMD technologies.